crossing, please just walk very carefully to the nearest exit. They are marked green. The muster point is just immediately outside of the venue. Just walk very carefully, sir. You can follow the Echo Company. Sir, I didn't know you were. Sir, I didn't know you were from Echo Company, sir. I can also stand on your parade, sir. Thank you so very much. Now I feel very comfortable because I saw Rear Admiral Mustafa. I saw he was from Delta Company, and all of a sudden I'm not feeling very comfortable. But now that I see that, thank you so very much. Sir? No, I'm not, sir. I'm not. Sir, I think I have two, and I can. Two is fine, sir. So I have two, and with two, I think I'm good, sir. And again, my guy is sitting just above me. Oh, thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So, yeah, so that's fine, sir. So from Echo Company, I went to Boma. So, and Boma was we were not interested in anything. So that's fine, sir. I had enough practice. Please, excuse me. Can I have one of this? Very senior officers. Okay, thank you very much, sir. I just want to continue from where I stopped. Um, in solidarity with all the companies in military school, I've tried very hard to see how I can incorporate everything in, at least in what I say, what I do, what I wear, and I mean my own history. So Bravo Alpha Company, so that's why I'm wearing blue. Overcome. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much, sir. Echo Company, I don't need to wear anything. I was originally from Echo Company, so thank you very much, sir. I feel very comfortable seeing you sitting just with my beeline. So just in case I feel threatened, I can always just look to you for you to reassure me. I think on my cap I should have all the colors. This Charlie Company, I think. And then I have Delta Company somewhere. And F Company too. I have F Company. So, sir, I think I have all the colors. And so, sir, in addition to the very, very wonderful support that I have from a very senior, very senior godfather in the Navy, Admiral Farouk. Sir, thank you, sir. And sir, thank you very much, sir. I just saw that Echo Company seems to have the most handsome. Sorry, sir. Admiral Mustafa is my godfather. Delta Company notwithstanding. Sir, when I saw you wearing this Delta Company, I was not comfortable, sir. So because I've always known you to be my godfather, but now I understand some things, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you know, in those days when you stand and you're talking, I'm wondering where now. I don't need any further explanation. I'm still traumatized by Delta Company. I don't know how my colleagues that are passed out from Delta Company, I look at them very specially because I know that it is not easy. So, sir, any moment from now, General Buba Mara will join us. I'm told that His Royal Majesty King Bubaraye Dakolo is with us. I think I saw Professor Oke Ikechukwu as well. The Emir of Zaza is also with us. Okay, I'm also told that Major General A.D. Chinoko, member of National Institute, NMS 75, is here with us. Major General D.B. Kwaji as well, NMS 73. Colonel Udi, one-time geography instructor, and former commandant is also here with us. Again, I don't know, this program, we would follow the program as quickly as possible. We're already behind schedule. The reason being that we need to gather again later in the evening for the gala night. So we'll try our very best to I want to specially recognize my very good senior brother and friend, Navy Captain Onu. So it's a pleasure to have you here. I like your cap. Member of National Institute. Sir, what company were you, sir? It's a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Uh, yes, sir. So at once everybody comes in, we'll rise, national anthem, we'll do the national anthem. Yes, already. Conlec, Alpha. No, 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 not yet, but we'll have it. Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we occupy the streets in front? Rear Admiral Zego, sir. No. Yes, the first row is reserved. From the second row, please. So please, can we settle down? Any moment from now, they'll be bringing a special guest from the. Thank you very much, sir. I saw Rear Admiral's HS Zego somewhere. I saw Rear Admiral HS. Sir, you're welcome, sir. Sir, I saw that you're also from Delta Company, sir. And the Navy is not. So you're welcome, sir. Amen. From now, the special guests of honor and indeed other distinguished guests will be joining us in the arena. Please be requested to rise as they come in. So you're welcome, sir. May we rise, please?
That's Lassa. Where Lassa?
I don't have a CV. The CV I have is online. I got it online. I got your CV online. Do you want to send me this one? Send me this one. Okay, sir.
5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you now strike.
No problem, sir. Just a minute. I just want to get this.
I've been pushing for 3 days now. Then release it. We need to.
So I've sent it to you. I've sent it to you. Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we set it down? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yo, please. Sir, please, can we sit down, please? Can we sit down, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Our very eminent, distinguished, invited guests, members of Nigerian Military School 84 set and the 32nd Personnel Platoon. It's my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to Oshun Hall, Transcorp Hilton, Abuja, for the 40th year anniversary. 40 years is such a long time. 40 years anniversary of the Nigerian Military School 84 set. We have some very eminent personalities in our midst. My godfather, my mentor, someone on whose shoulders I continue to stand, and whose words of counsel and wisdom continue to guide my path. Rear Admiral S.S. Lassa, former BORSM and member of Nigerian Military School 1980 set. So please, you're welcome, sir. We also have in our midst the commander of the Nigerian Army Armored Corps, a member of Nigerian Military School 1982 set, Major General M.S. Ahmed. You're welcome, sir. Sir, the last time I saw you in Bauchi, sir, I left smiling, sir. You took very good care of me, and I'm so glad that you're here again, sir. I've told them to make sure they give you extra water, extra tea, anything you want. So thank you very much, sir. I was very, very happy. I was happy that I went on that tour. Thank you, sir. I'm also told that Major General A.D. Chinoko is here with us. So you're welcome, sir. On whose parade I can claim, because I was not sure. Seeing Admiral Mustafa with Delta Company on his neck, Admiral Zego, Delta, I was not feeling very comfortable. And but now that you're here, sir, I'm willing to stand on your parade, sir. And as a former boy, I know nobody will come and pack me on parade. I'm also being informed that a one-time commandant of Nigerian Military School, an instructor of geography, Colonel Udi, is also here with us. I don't know. Colonel Udi is a general's general. It's not easy to have trained very illustrious students that have gone on to shape policy in the Nigerian Armed Forces and in all various walks of life. So we really celebrate you, and we're so glad that you're here with us today. I'm also being told that Major General D.B. Kwaji, one time, is with us as well. May we please rise, announcing his arrival as special guest of honor for today's event, Brigadier General M.B. Marwa, Chairman, Chief Executive, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. You're welcome, sir. He was accompanied by His Royal Majesty King Bubaraye Dakolo. Please, can we remain standing as we play the national anthem? Okay. Is a new one, sir. Please, at the count of 1, 2, please we just sing just the first stanza. Thank you very much, sir. You may please be seated. You know, when the national anthem was being played, the first stanza, Ambassador Ebuk was singing so loudly. When we got to second stanza, Oga kept quiet. But at least, sir, you're better than me. Even the first stanza, I'm struggling. Thank you very much, sir. The special guest of honor for today's event, it's indeed our singular honor, my singular honor and privilege to be directing protocols for today's event. I am Navy Captain Abiodun Folorunsho. I'm a chief instructor Department of Maritime Warfare, Armed Forces Command and Staff College. And when my seniors that I didn't meet in NMS called me to come compare this event, and because I didn't want to buy a job, I have no other choice but to come compare this event. So thank you very much, sir, for inviting me. So indeed very delighted to have you for the 40th year anniversary of this illustrious group of very erudite senior military officers and corporate leaders blazing trails in their various trade, coming together to celebrate 40 years having left the military school. So having said that, we want to warmly welcome you, sir, and we hope that having you here with us has indeed added color to today's event. We have a number of conveniences in the room. We have people wearing white t-shirts, and they have this, they're having a tag having "Ask Me" written on it. If you need to use the convenience, there are conveniences around the hall, but just in case we're having challenges locating it, our ushers will direct you accordingly. In the unlikely event of fire, we do not expect there to be fire. I know that a number of us are ex-boys from military school. We've done obstacle crossing. Please, there's no obstacle crossing today. Walk very carefully to the nearest exit to you, and the assembly point is just outside of this, not the auditorium, but outside of the Transcorp Hilton proper. Without wasting any more time, I'll call on the course president, Dr. Augustine Benny, to come and give the opening remark. The president.
Special guest of honor, sir, Brigadier General M.B. Marwa, traditional rulers present, our special guests, senior officers, both serving and retired present. Thank you for coming to this occasion, and we hope, I guess myself and my colleagues, we all hope we're going to have a very fruitful discussion this morning and also have a brilliant dinner later in the day. Thank you very much. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this momentous occasion, the 40th anniversary and reunion of NMS 84 and 32nd Personnel Platoon. It fills me with immense joy and nostalgia to stand before you today, surrounded by familiar faces and cherished memories. We are gathered here today to celebrate the bond that time and distance have not diminished, the bond of friendship and shared experiences that have shaped our lives. As we come together to reminisce and reconnect, we shall take a moment to reflect on the transformative years that we spent together in NMS. It was within those walls that we embarked on a journey of self-discovery, forged lifelong friendships, and acquired the knowledge and skills that have propelled us towards success today. At this juncture, it is with great pleasure and appreciation that I would like to give a special thanks to the special guest of honor, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired Executive Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, as well as our distinguished special guest, one of whom is Colonel G.J. Udi, retired, former Commandant NMS, and our geography teacher when we were in NMS. I also welcome with great pleasure and appreciation Your Royal Highnesses, senior military officers, serving and retired, and all our esteemed guests for honoring our invitation. We feel truly blessed and honored that you managed to find time in your busy and demanding schedules to grace this momentous occasion. Personally, I consider myself fortunate to be in this gathering because I feel I am in the midst of family, from my peers whom I see as siblings to my seniors who I met in NMS and whom I will always consider my senior brothers, and to the senior ex-boys that we didn't meet, I always consider them my uncles. One can't forget our second father, RSM Bandi, who will be with us later in the evening because he decided to take a long rest this morning. After all the years of pursuing us around NMS, he does deserve that rest. But we are also grateful to our study and our instructors that nourished our brains and value system. I am amongst family, and I'm proud to be a member of this distinct band of brothers that originate from the furthest reaches of our 6 geopolitical zones or the 4 corners of our great nation, yet we are one. Exactly 40 years ago this weekend, in August 1984, precisely on the 24th of August 1984, 120 boys out of a pool of millions of boys across the entire nation were admitted into the Nigerian Military School Zaria for 5 rigorous years of academic and military training. Our instructors, made up of officers, NCOs, and civilians, gave some of the best years of their lives and all their efforts, energy, and commitment to our training and instruction. They showed up in the rain, in the sunshine, and in the freezing harmattan mornings of Zaria. They showed up in the company lines and in the classrooms to monitor us in the early hours of the morning to late at night. Sometimes up till 12 o'clock, they will still be chasing us to go to bed. I will be running. They gave their all, and this is what they helped mold. They gave us long talks about how to conduct ourselves, not just in the military school, but in our lives outside and in the real world after passing out. One of my classmates frequently remarks about the stern warning that RSM Bandi gave us one day. This was that most of us that will proceed to civilian educational institutions should remember that he wouldn't be there to chase us out of our beds, to attend lectures, or go for evening prep to study. That classmate of mine says that this particular statement lives with him until this day. We were taught that we will be future leaders, but that we can't be future leaders without self-discipline. Otherwise, how would we expect to be followed and accepted as credible examples? NMS wasn't just academics and military training. It was fun as well, and it was tough. It was a microcosm, a smaller version of our great nation with its diversity. We learned how to be best friends and roommates with people who would probably never have had the opportunity to associate with if not for that great school. NMS also taught us survival instincts. It is known that an ex-boy's brain is permanently calculating probabilities, options, opportunities, risk, etc., etc., etc. This seminar is the first official event of this anniversary celebration and reunion. The theme of the seminar, Leveraging Nigeria's Diversity for Inclusive Nation Building, Pathway to Leadership, Stability, and Prosperity, shows our desire to provide tangible solutions to the problem of intolerance and disunity that plagues our country. The ex-boys of the Nigerian Military School Zaria are an example that it is possible that people from different tribes and religions can be the best of friends. When we were in NMS, RSM Bandi never treated the son of a general any different than he did the son of a lance corporal or private soldier or a civilian. He never treated an individual from any tribe different to any other boy. He would chase Muslims to go to the mosque as ferociously as he would chase Christians to attend church on Sunday. Going to the church, going to the mosque was compulsory in NMS. We were brought up as equals, and this is why to this day, some strangers don't know why we are so familiar with such a diverse group of friends whom we call brothers. About the seminar, to do justice to the theme, the following topics will be discussed. A, harnessing Nigeria's diversity for national stability and prosperity, the role of traditional rulers. Harnessing Nigeria's diversity for inclusive nation building, the role of alumni associations. We are truly honored to have this amazing collection of panelists and resource persons. We are grateful that you are willing to impart your knowledge to us on some very pressing and pertinent issues that apply to us all as Nigerians that yearn for a better, more cohesive, and progressive nation. You can see that the resource exists among us, and we're truly looking forward to your enlightening presentations and discussions. Nation building and diversity, particularly, is of interest to us, as you can tell from the caliber of men that are here with us, and women too. Additionally, in the evening session later today, the gala dinner, we will look at how to approach and deal with retirement, which is key to a number of our colleagues preparing to leave the armed forces following 35 years of distinguished service to the nation. Equally of interest is the health-based presentation later in the evening, because as the saying goes, without health, we have nothing. We are truly appreciative that you deem us worthy of your time and knowledge, and as such, on behalf of all of us, please accept my profound and heartfelt gratitude. To our beloved classmates who are no longer with us, we carry their memories in our hearts. Their absence reminds us of our humanity and how precious life is. As we celebrate and cherish the bonds we have, let us also remember those who are no longer with us and keep the spirit alive through the stories we share. Finally, I would like to remind all here that you're welcome, and we want you all to seize this opportunity to rekindle old and, in some cases, stale relationships. We need to talk and share experiences, ask for advice, even business contacts, and ideas of partnering in business ventures. Who can you trust more than a fellow ex-boy in a commercial transaction, undertaking, or business? Let's not waste this opportunity to reignite that burning fire and yearning for achievements. We have one life, and we must make the most of it. This is an opportune moment to live that saying. Gentlemen, it's not every day we get this opportunity to unite. We will speak to our senior ex-boys, we will speak to our instructors, we will speak to our RSM, we will speak to our civilian staff who we invited. Let them know how much we appreciate them and how much they are loved for bringing us to where we are today. We look forward to discussing the topic of how we can manage our diversity for nation building. We want the discussions from the subtopics to be formulated into a policy paper, which can be used for policy making for the peace, unity, and progress of our great nation, Nigeria. A lot of time, effort, and finances have been spent in getting us to this point, and we shall not fail our country. We are ready to lead. Thank you all.
Please, may we give the President and Darius a round of applause, please. The next item on the program is the keynote address by the special guest of honor. But before I bring the special guest of honor on stage to give his keynote address, 40 years is a long time. In fact, in other claims, children that are 40 years old are probably grandfathers and grandmothers. And so it's been a very long journey. In this journey of life, a number of members of the 84th Nigerian Military School 1984 set have passed on to the great beyond. I want to crave the indulgence of all our very eminent, distinguished invited guests to please join the rest of the set to rise for a minute silence before I invite our special guest of honor to give a keynote address. Will you please just rise and stay silent for a minute to honor the memories of our colleagues that have departed to the great beyond. May their gentle souls rest in perfect peace. Amen. May please be seated, sirs. The special guest of honor for today's event is known to, if you're a Nigerian, you know who the special guest of honor is. Not only is he the special guest of honor for today's event, but he's an illustrious ambassador and a great alumni of the Nigerian Military School, a member of Nigerian Military School 1966 set. Before I bring General Maro on stage to give a keynote address, I would read an abridged, a very, very abridged version of his curriculum vitae. But on a very personal note, growing up in Lagos and having General Mawa as the executive governor of Lagos State, you would understand the transformation when our very amiable special guest of honor took the reins as the executive governor of Lagos State in 1996. It was the first time I saw helicopters flying over, and they told us that there was not going to be crime in Lagos State, and indeed is responsible for all the great things that is happening in Lagos right now. It's been my lifelong ambition to meet you, sir, and that's why I thank you, NMS 84 set, for inviting me. I met your son, I befriended him, we're very good friends, and anytime I'm in Lagos, I always go to his mess to share a drink with him. Very, very good friend of mine. And so today, I'll tick it off my bucket list, and eventually I get to meet you. Photographer, make sure you capture a moment when the guys coming on stage so I can put it in my archives and tell my friends that I've indeed met the very erudite, very, very illustrious Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired. The problem with our special guest of honor is that you cannot do it. When you think he has finished governor, then you give him another task, then he will daze you. And now NDLA, they are experiencing transformational leadership. He's presently the 10th chairman, chief executive officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. He holds a master's in public and international affairs from the University of Pittsburgh, United States of America. He also holds, I think, a master's in public administration from Harvard. His work history is so illustrious, but I would mention just a few. He was the registrar at the Nigerian Defense Academy. He was the deputy defense attaché at the Nigerian Embassy, Washington, D.C. He was also the defense attaché at the Nigerian Permanent Mission, United Nations, New York. He was the first military governor of Borno State from 1919 to 1992, military administrator of Lagos State from 1996 to 1999. Our very erudite special guest of honor was Nigeria's ambassador to South Africa, Lesotho, and Swaziland, and was one-time chairman, Presidential Advisory Committee. Presidential Advisory Committee on the Elimination of Drug Abuse from 2018 to 2020. In the course of his meritorious service to his fatherland, he has earned several awards. I'll not mention all, but just a few. He holds the Commander of the Order of the Niger and the Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic. In the military, he had the Distinguished Service Star. As the chairman and chief executive of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, his ramped-up drug supply reduction campaign, 10 months, delivered over 10,000 arrests, 1,000 convictions, and over 3 million kilograms of drug busts and cash seizures. Please, a round of applause for our special guest of honor, as I most respectfully and humbly invite him on stage to give the keynote address. Please continue clapping. It's indeed. Please, can we continue clapping? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Your Majesties, our special distinguished guests, President Marty, President of the 84 set, senior military officers serving and retired, barons and captains of industry, members of the 84 set, ladies and gentlemen. About, I think 7 years ago, I was visiting the Attorney General as a private citizen for my purposes, and while waiting in his foyer, this tall gentleman, dark, walks up to me and says that he is the Director of Public Prosecution in the Ministry of Justice, and whether I recognized him. I said, no, I don't. He said, well, we met about 50 years ago. We belong to the same house in NMS. In my Form 5, he was in 1. And that the circumstances of the meeting were not entirely pleasant. Well, I said, I hope it wasn't too bad. He said, no, it wasn't too bad. That I caught him after lights out and chastised him about why or what would he be doing outside at that time of the night when he should be on his bed. Blah, 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 blah. So he answered that, I asked him, what were you doing? He said he went to buy granules. Now I told him, this is him telling me now that he went to buy granules, and I said, granules at this time of the night, you shouldn't be, you should be in bed and so on. Last warning, I will never again catch you after lights loud. By the way, where did you buy the granite? So I gave him money to go and buy. I'm sure everyone here has his own story to tell like this on one or two occasions. As always, it gives me pleasure to be counted as a member of the NMS alumni. And I feel glad to be part of this memorable event, the 40th anniversary of the 1984 set and the reunion of the members of the 32nd POP family. For the NMS alumni, occasions like this usually fill us with nostalgia. And I must say that each time I am privileged to be at an NMS Ex-Boys event, I'm always overjoyed because it is usually a celebration of service, excellence, and achievements that are rooted in the orientation we received from our noble alma mater, the Nigerian Military School. So, speaking at this august occasion is an honor I highly appreciate. Thank you very much for the invitation. I always consider it a duty to honor every NMS invitation extended to me. Every NMS alumnus here present, I believe, also feels the same. We feel connected to the institution that gave us our early training in life and shaped our view of brotherhood and nationhood. Let me start by conveying my congratulations to the 1984 set and the 32nd POP family. 40 years is deserving of celebration. It is heartwarming to know that quite a number of members of this set have done very well for themselves, either in the military or in civil life. It is no mean feat for a set to produce as many as 30 senior military officers of general rank, in addition to doctors, lawyers, lecturers, captains of industry, and other achievements in civil life. That is something to be proud of. And I say congratulations again to the 1984 set. Your achievements make us proud as they speak well of our common background, NMS. Usually, moments like these are also opportunities for sober reflections about our common bond and common fate as a nation. The past few years have thrown up issues that challenge the unity of this country, leaving many of our citizens to question the continuing coexistence of the multi-ethnic groups that make up Nigeria. Many of such myopic viewpoints forget about the virtue of strength in diversity and how we once lived as one indivisible people. They forget that the greatness of the Nigerian nation is derived from the various contributions of constituent parts. They forget the saying that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. However, we, the NMS family, certainly have a different viewpoint. We believe in the unity of this country, and our conviction is not far-fetched. The NMS is a microcosm of Nigeria. As such, it is a fertile training ground where brotherhood is forged, Unity is a strong tradition, and love of country is an uncompromised duty. Those who pass through the institution are proud of having a tie that defies ethnic, religious, and political biases. We were schooled in those important elements that enhance peace, progress, and nationhood. That is why we have been able to individually and collectively make salient contributions to the unity and progress of our great nation, Nigeria. That is why we remain committed to a united Nigeria. As I always point out, the NMS family is an example that Nigeria can exist without the distractions of ethnic jingoism, religious bigotry, or political irredentism that undermine the country's nationhood. To the 1984 set, this union should further strengthen and reinvigorate your sense of loyalty and patriotism to the nation. It should also further strengthen your common bond as Nigerians and spur you to continue to strive for a better, united Nigeria. None of the myriad challenges facing our country are insurmountable, none. The great nations of this world once had such difficult moments too, and they came out stronger, having navigated their turbulence by exercising unity, leadership, and vision. Nigeria's case should not be an exception. In this quest for a stable and progressive Nigeria, we are bound by a sense of loyalty to continue to be good ambassadors of the Nigerian Military School. In all that we do, we should uphold the virtues we imbibed at the institution, and we must also ensure that we pass the same to the younger generations. Our noble institution has a great motto, which is discipline, knowledge, and patriotism. It should continue to be the guiding principle for our lives and careers. I am convinced that if we continue to sustain the NMS fellowship and our core tradition, we can turn around the country for the better. That entails that we continue to provide leadership anywhere we find ourselves. Be that ray of light, be that ray of light in your little corner of the national life. Be a positive influence. Also, be a solution provider, as we have been trained to be in public service or private practice. We should consider it our duty to lead by example in actions and utterances that promote peace, unity, and ultimately stability in our country. The rapid and deeply entrenched progress that we seek can only come about in a society where peace reigns and unity prevails. Once again, I say congratulations for the NMS 84 set and a happy reunion to members of the 32nd POP family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we give the special guest of honor another resounding round of applause? Special guest of honor, sir. I wanted to sneak one photograph, which is, as you are coming, I'll just use style, like I'm handing over a microphone, then I'll take a picture. But, sir, you have gone a step further. And even the official photographer of NDLA has now taken my picture. So in case I come to your office and they don't want to let me in, I'll just show them the picture that. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, and thank you once again. Please, another round of applause for our special guest of honor and illustrious ambassador of the Nigerian Military School. So we are so glad you're here. Your story continues to inspire us. And for me, if I can have just half of the kind of life you have led, I think I'll be very, 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 I'll be very, very grateful to God. So thank you, and we thank you, and we thank you again. The first paper is a seminar paper titled Leveraging on Nigerians' Diversity for Inclusive Nation Building, the Pathway to Leadership, Stability and Prosperity, the Role of Traditional Institutions. This paper is to be delivered by His Royal Majesty, Ambassador Dr. A.N. Bamali, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, and the Emir. Sorry, sir, just wait a bit. And the Emir of Zazzau. Today is represented by Alhaji Muhammad Abbas, the Makaman Zazzau. Some correct, sir? Thank you very much, sir. Please join me as I invite him on stage to give the presentation on the role of traditional institutions on the... Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Our distinguished chairman of the occasion, my elder brother, General Buba Marwa, the members of the 1984 set of Nigerian Military Schools area, I beg Mr. Chairman to adopt the already established protocol. Like the Master of Ceremony has already announced, my name is Muhammad Abbas. I'm the Makama of Zazzau, and I'm here to present a paper prepared by His Royal Highness, who, in all honesty, had intended to be present here to grace the occasion, this great occasion of members of the 84th set of the NMS in his kingdom. But unfortunately, other pressing matters cropped up and he couldn't make it, so he directed me to present the paper on his behalf. The paper, Mr. Chairman, is 11 pages long. It's really detailed, and I don't think in an occasion like this, people have that patience to listen, but I will try to run through it and see how it goes. And I deliver the paper as such. It is a pleasure to be here to deliver my seminar presentation as a guest of honor at this very important meeting. The topic given to me, leveraging Nigeria's diversity for inclusive nation building, pathways to leadership, stability, and prosperity, the role of traditional institutions. This topic, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very timely, particularly as our dear nation has struggled since independence to attain political and economic stability and achieve development. As a multi-ethnic multicultural society, our diversity could be a source of strength or threat, depending on how we as a people strive to harness them. In so doing, traditional institution it has pivotal roles to play. However, managing diversity, whether in terms of ethnicity, religion, culture, or language, have proven important in shaping the trajectory of nations towards stability, prosperity, and sustainable leadership. The complexity of diversity becomes even more pronounced in multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and culturally diverse and rich countries like Nigeria, where traditional institutions play a crucial role in mediating and fostering inclusive nation building. Diversity has become a central theme in discussions around nation building, governance, social cohesion, all over and in the global context. The rise of globalization has led to increased interaction among different cultures, religions, ethnicities, and thereby necessitating new approaches to managing this diversity. I will tell you off text. We as Nigerians pride ourselves that in the whole world, but especially in Africa, there is no country like Nigeria because of our diversity, population. Think of any kind of religion, you find it in Nigeria. However, I sometimes beg to differ. For those of you who are military and have gone to study in the War College in India and other East, Central, and Asian countries, you know that India as a country has over 1,600 ethnic tribes. What we see on the surface is just what they have agreed to adopt. India adopted 3 languages, ethnic languages, apart from English. We were colonized by the British as they were. However, in our own case, we dropped everything Nigerian. We dropped our clothing, we dropped our languages. In many cases, we dropped our religions and adopted the British. India was different. You hardly see an Indian man dressed in complete 3-piece suit. Hardly. Maybe when they come to Nigeria, but when they attend official functions, look at Ramendra Modi. He wears traditional Indian attire all the time. Now, we dropped our clothing patterns, adopted English. We dropped our religions, adopted English. And in many cases, we disregarded our traditional institutions to adopt Western-style governance. It may have its merits, yes, but the British have royalty. And despite all the pressure coming from Northern Ireland, Scotland, to run away from monarchy, the crown still remains their central focus and the supreme authority in England. However, in Nigeria, the British succeeded in desecrating our traditional institutions in order that the administration of our society and economy will be easier for them to pillage. They removed our traditional rulers who were opposed to their rule, installed their own in many cases from the ruling houses of the communities, but install people who are ready to do their bidding. We know, all of us here, that the authorities that our traditional institutions commanded before, during, and even after the colonial administration has today been whittled down inexplicably and in most cases unwisely by our political leadership. Today, and His Highness can testify here, there is a cold war of authority between the people who hold political power and the traditional institutions. I know of a governor in a state who, whoever you are, once he is seated, you don't sit with him on a chair, no. You come and fall down on the floor, just like is being done to our emirs in the north. You don't sit on a chair like him once he is there. Now, what that tells us is that there is a cold struggle for power between the political office holders and the traditional rulers, which should not be. The lines of authority are clearly defined. Now, we have adopted the report of a committee. I don't know whether it is no, it's not AIDA, it's this local government reforms of 1970 something. It is usually referred to as the Suki report. Now, traditional institutions were placed under a local government chairman. The result is what we are seeing in Kano now, wherein traditional ruler, a first-class emir, a first-class chief, Oba or Obi or Oni, has over 11, 12, in some cases 20 local governments in his kingdom alone. Now, which chairman would he be reporting to? Which local government chairman would he be reporting to? This is where the contradiction lies today. And the clamor at the end of it, of the traditional institution is, if, and given the diversity and the role that the traditional institutions play in Nigeria, these emirates, chiefdoms and fiefdoms, with their council of elders, community leaders, they have long been central to Nigeria's administrative structure. Before, during, and even post-colonial era. These institutions, were, with their deep historical roots, they have been preserved by our people based on their intrinsic cultures and traditions. The British colonialists that came could not cope with the enormous powers that these traditional institutions were wielding, and therefore they had to, their wings had to be cut. These wings were cut. Today, the wings have, they have been removed by the political power holder. So, let us reflect. In what areas are traditional rulers relevant in our societies? Happily, the distinguished guest of honor has made reference in the last two paragraphs of his address. Our diversity is our source of strength. Now, any person that happens to come to travel to any part of Nigeria, if you want to live in peace, you approach this traditional institution. And I assure you that is where you get peace. That is where you get the utmost cooperation. Let us take mining, for instance. You want to invest in mining, you go to the community. The mining law says you must obtain consent. This consent will come from the local people. The local people only listen to the district head. The district head listens to the emir or chief or Oba or Oni. Now, this is the line of authority. Before he grants you consent, yes, he has accepted you, but before he grants you consent, he seeks approval from the higher authority. Now, this is some of the examples of the relevance of traditional institutions. And at the end of his paper, His Royal Highness said that the complex landscape of Nigeria, with its myriad of ethnicities, languages, and religious practices, necessitates innovative approaches to acceptable leadership. In this context, traditional leaders who hold sway over significant portions of our population are uniquely positioned to contribute to nation building. Our role extends beyond mere figureheads. We are also influential agents of culture, diplomacy, conflict resolution, social cohesion, and development. By harnessing the respect we command, traditional rulers can foster dialogue across ethnic and religious lines, address conflicts before they escalate, and spearhead community-driven development initiatives. These are essential for building acceptable leadership that resonates with the people, and they are essential for peace and stability in a nation as diverse as Nigeria. We are often seen as the custodians of our community's cultures and religious values, and our actions carry significant weight among our followers. Beyond cultural diplomacy, we play a critical role in conflict resolution, particularly in regions that where formal state institutions were weak or inaccessible. Now, I will not bother you with some of these things, but let me go to His Royal Highness's conclusion. And said, distinguished guests and members of the Nigerian Military School 84 POP, this seminar couldn't have come at a better time other than now. This is because Nigeria's rich diversity presents both challenges and opportunities for inclusive nation building. Traditional institutions deeply rooted in the country's cultural fabric play a crucial role in harnessing this diversity to foster leadership, peace, stability, and development. We serve as custodians of cultural heritage, mediators in local disputes, and potential bridge builders between modern governance and grassroots community. By leveraging their historical significance and local influence, traditional institutions can enhance social cohesion, promote conflict resolution, support community development initiatives. Furthermore, they can drive economic development, advocate for inclusivity, and preserve valuable cultural heritage, thereby contributing to the nation's overall prosperity. I conclude. There are references. Mr. Chairman, this is His Royal Highness's address, briefly interjected by my own little experiences. But I would use this forum to further advocate passionately that those of us here who can talk to the ears that would listen in the corridors of power, I want to once more emphasize, and passionately so, the relevance of traditional institutions to the overall peace and stability of our country can certainly not be overemphasized. The discipline, individually and collectively, that you have garnered when you were in NMS, and those of you that proceeded to NDA, it's funny sometimes to think that Nigerians of different extractions, when they sit together, they dine, they merriment, they talk to each other as if all was well. But when they go back to their individual enclaves, they act differently. It's compounding. The Conference of Traditional Institutions, and His Royal Highness will confer, when they sit, they do not project ethnic, cultural, religious convictions. They present united front whenever they are gathered to. And that was why after the independence, we had the Council of Chiefs as the second legislative body, although it's not effective, just like what you have in UK, House of Lords. It's just a clearing house for legislation, nothing more. This is where the interest of the community is fine-tuned, where conflicts may arise, removed, or solutions provided. But today we don't have that. And traditional rulers are looked at as second fiddle with no relevance. Yes, no relevance as far as constitution goes. But why is it that when Boko Haram invades a village, or there is news of some bandits lurking in some bush, the first person that will be approached will be the traditional ruler, because he has the in-depth knowledge of his kingdom. Every village, every square inch of his kingdom, there is someone who reports to him with knowledge of that place. Who goes in, who goes out on daily basis, we receive information on our territories, in our cities, where crime is prone to occur. The Meanguas come to report to us. We go to report to the emir. The emir now reports to either the governor or the commissioner of police. Or this is the relevance of traditional institutions. First-hand knowledge of what is happening in the hinterland, because there are many pockets of ungoverned areas which these criminals exploit in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That was the Makman Zazal representing His Royal Majesty, the Emir of Zazzau. Please, another resounding round of applause for such a very lucid and very eloquent intervention on the paper presented. Thank you so very much. A number of our members have asked for copies of this presentation. We're going to give it to the media people who make photocopies and make sure that everyone gets one. The next paper is to be delivered by Professor Ikechukwu, Oke Ikechukwu, Sir, you know when I first saw you, a member of the National Institute, I'm sorry, sir. Those of us that did not go to MNI, sir, the way this MNI used to harass us, it is well, sir. I'm talking about harassment, sir. The special guest of honor, sir. I had the fortune of being in Echo Company when I was in military school. And if they sent me to Delta Company, I will go loiter and then go back and say the person is not around. Because you just, if you enter, chances are it's like Bermuda Triangle. You probably will not come back. So this morning, as we began to register, the common refrain was, your NMS what? I didn't answer because my NMS is so far away, and I was not sure they can just tell me to go and hang off somewhere or something. So I didn't answer anybody. And then when Admiral Lassa came, my mentor, very senior military officer who has mentored me over the years, I conveniently joined this parade, that just in case, because I've seen Delta coming green all over the place. It's a testament that bad prayers never work. Because of the number of bad prayers we prayed for Delta Column people, you'll be thinking there will be no Delta Column person here. Before I bring on stage the next presenter, permit me to just acquaint you with an abridged citation. He is Professor Oke Ikechukwu, an internationally certified management consultant with reciprocal recognition to practice in over 50 countries. He is a professor of strategic management and human capital development, and a visiting professor of social and management sciences in several institutions around the world. As the executive director, it's a good place to clap. I want to clap. Thank you very much. As the executive director of Development Specs Academy, he's on the academic faculty of the Nigerian Defense Academy and works as a training partner of the Nigerian Army Resource Center. He is also on the faculty of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Business School, in addition to several other universities and training institutions. He is a member of the This Day newspaper editorial board and convener of Roundtable on National Issues. I actually enjoy reading your column on This Day newspaper. He's a senior media executive and a renowned newspaper columnist with over 3,000 published newspaper articles across diverse media platforms. This is actually very dizzying. He has a bachelor's degree and obtained a straight PhD in philosophy without an intermediate master's degree. The professor has held several positions in government across several ministries, including Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. He has led some of Nigeria's delegations on foreign missions, and he is a patron of the Nigerian Karate Association and holds a black belt in Shotokan Karate, as well as brown belt in Wing Chun Kung Fu. So I'm sorry. In case I find your trouble, no kick me or go back. With that said, please join me as I invite Professor Oke Ikechukwu to come give his presentation.
Thank you very much. The special guest of honor, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished gentlemen, am I correct? I'll get on with the business. I hope the slides are ready. I'll start with by picking on the special guest. I also encountered him for the first time when he was governor of Lagos State. At that time, I was on the editorial board of The Guardian, and management decided we should interview him. Normally, members of the editorial board don't get involved in that, but it was a special interview because he was a most unusual governor. Long and short of story, the question I asked him was extremely unusual because, yes, a senior officer, yes, a soldier, but there's a basic uncommon decency and simplicity. If he wasn't in uniform, you wouldn't know he was a soldier. And when there was the talk about killer beans, all kinds of stories were going on, he simply went to the market. Instead of addressing the state, making a speech, which is the usual thing you find with political leadership, he went there and bought akara and ate. That was the end of fear of killer beans. And of course, he's on record that with his Operation Sweep, it was after Operation Sweep that all other military governors began to set up special military security operations. It was the example. the criminals were swept out of Lagos. His colleague in, I think, Ogun, now set up Operation Wedge to wait and all of that. So please, let's clap for him. And you can see what NDLA has become since after that. Then, concerning traditional institutions, you recall that when Nasru was still governor, I think that was probably the second year of his tenure, some freshly installed solar street lights were stolen. And he said that if those were not returned within 72 hours, the traditional rulers in the affected areas will be off their seats. They were all returned. But the lesson is lost. Namely, those who could have that kind of control, should anybody need to tell you that they are the owners of the place? That they will know a stranger when he comes? That they will know misconduct? And we should weigh the damage we are doing to ourselves. Now, the pillars of value in a society include the family, traditional institutions, religious institutions. You elect me into whatever position. Does that make me superior to the traditions into which I was born? The answer is no. Does that make me superior to the pastor or to the imam? The answer is no. But because I'm elected, I actually come late to church. Then walking in the middle of preaching, the man preaching, foolish as he is, will stop talking because he's not serving God. Then not only do I come to sit down, but I shake hands with a few people. I ask you, is this blasphemy? The answer is yes. You say it's God's house. Just because you're in a position in which you'll be for 4 years maximum, every value about decency and propriety, you throw it away. You're mentoring a young generation of criminals who will have no respect for any value at all. So, oops, sorry. So this is a matter, I think, that should be taken seriously, namely, for us to get a proper sense of what to do with and about our traditional institutions, because where we are today, the damage is comprehensive. Well, not that the institutions don't have their own challenges, but when you also look at the quality of persons who are taking public office during elections, their pedigree, their sense of propriety, how they made their money, the conditions for contesting, there's only one conclusion. This cannot lead us upwards. And we're seeing the results everywhere today. But so that I don't forget the topic I'm supposed to speak on. All right, are the slides available? If they are not, I can run it through my... Okay, yes. So, alumni associations as platforms for inclusive nation building. Do you have a presenter? Oh, dear. This is not what I intended. Okay, I'll just run through it because the facts are simple and straightforward. Alumni associations exist to maintain contact with old schoolmates, to promote the school's interests and development, to strengthen the contribution of our alumni to the school community, to mentor and guide current students on school tradition and career paths, and to foster good rapport between school staff, students, and the wider world. Do we agree? Next. How alumni associations can leverage an inclusive Nigerian society. Next. Alumni associations bring together individuals from various backgrounds. They foster and reinforce a sense of shared identity and common purpose. They help to build bridges across ethnic, religious, and cultural divides. They promote tolerance and encourage national cohesion. They use events to drive dialogue and community service projects, and they help maintain sustainable relationships and lasting understanding among different groups. Don't go to the next slide. Stay on this slide, and let's make a little point about national unity. We speak of unity, not uniformity, and it's been mentioned. If we have only eyes, you can't have a human body. True or false? Now, my name is Okechukwu. If I introduce myself as Oke Ikechukwu from Katsina State, you see, you already started laughing. Because my name, my ethnic extraction is part of cultural awareness. So ethnic identity is an indispensable element of personal identity. It doesn't cause quarrel between Nigerians. That you are Isoko, I am Urobo. The other man is Ishakiri. That fact alone, what trouble does it cause for us? None. But then, I'm Urobo. I'm always dressed as Urobo person. I like to speak my language. I eat only Urobo food and I praise it. I'm ethnocentric. But at the same time that I'm ethnocentric, I admire your outfit. I come to look at your cap. It's different from my own. But I like this, your cap. I'm happy working with you. Ethnocentrism is also no problem for this country. Let's think with a sense of history. Nobody would know by Ezekiel's dressing that he was an Igbo man. True or false? True or false? He was not ethnocentric. Now, what point am I trying to make? The problem is ethnic chauvinism. So when people call for unity and think it means uniformity, you can't deny your identity. That identity adds flavor. If you doubt it, when they bring soup for you and you want to sweeten it, add only salt, maybe 4 spoons. You will know what it means. That instead of 4 spoons of salt, it's bits of everything. Because this country, look at it. The quality of grains we have in the north and their nutritional value. Why is nobody asking why pigeon peas is not being promoted all over the world because of the high protein value? Dawa, finger millet. Most of the grains we have in the south, high carbohydrate content but lower value of protein. We need this land as Nigerians. And the alumni associations bring people from all kinds of places together, create a shared history, get people to understand themselves. Part of the crisis is not just that you have all kinds of things. It's also because the railway doesn't exist. Railway used to be the artery carrying blood of citizenship all over this country. That I know Samina, Kajuru, and Lafia, all in the route to Zaria. That was because I could enter the train. You studied and understood Nigeria's physical and human geography without having to read it in school. It's not happening. So when we talk about infrastructure, you talk about leadership, you talk about how to make Nigeria work, you talk about the value of alumni associations, the corresponding counterpole that will come from an informed leadership is absent. That's my view, and I take responsibility for it. That's why we are where we are today. That's why you find a place like the North, which had only one government. It now has 19 governments, right? Am I correct? With hundreds of, what do you call it? Commissioners and thousands of special assistants and 19 structures, the equivalent of one structure that was used, delivering no development. Southeast and Delta together, the region. Now, how many? 5 states plus, I think, 9 or 8 or whatever. So many structures. Imagine that all of us who went through different schools choose to function on that layer below the official layer of statecraft to maintain the network of unity I'm seeing here. This country will be a different story. True or false? And so I tell you, NMS people, don't make the mistake of giving up. 1. 2, spread what you represent to those who are not conscious of it. So next slide. Development of leadership skills. Alumni associations as platform for leadership development. They offer training and mentorship programs. They create opportunities for members to take on leadership roles within the association. They nurture future leaders who manage diversity and drive inclusive policies. They contribute to nation building by enabling responsible citizenship in their mentees. And I'll comment for 1 minute on that. You know, at the end of every academic session, my organization, Development Specs Academy, identifies some schools, usually about 5 or more within Abuja, to go and do CSR for the graduating students. My take is that any boy or girl that teachers decide to make a prefect or a captain has some values of leadership which was identified. If we consciously pay attention to them, at least 20% of them will be nurtured into definite leaders in future. And so what I do is that we go that, you do it for them, preparing them as they are leaving school, for them to know that the general spoke about the boy who went to buy groundnut, and how he punished him. And I say punished in quote. I say go and find more groundnut. You know, you find that, I'm sure nobody, all of us when we were in school, none of us lied about practicals. Am I correct? Nobody, I know. No, of course. How could you have done that sort of thing? So you get the children to understand as they're finishing WAEC that you can no longer have a story to tell to get extra money from mommy and daddy for talk shop. You're going to meet boredom. You bring the reality home to them, and then you ask, what do you think you're going to do? In that interface, usually between 2 and 3.5 hours, you recreate these boys and girls before they leave school. What I would suggest to NMS for at the beginning of every session, once prefects and captains are chosen, organize a leadership training for them. Don't look for people who will come and speak English, motivational speakers, or those who will come and spend the first 15 or 30 minutes defining leadership. No. Don't punish young people with such speech making. If you're ready to do it, then Development Aspects Academy will partner with you. That once new prefects are appointed, will come in to run a full-day leadership program for them. Your punishment is that you will handle the cost of our getting there and going. Nothing more. That's the only way this country can be built. These are programs which, if you have them, 250,000 per participant. But if it's only those who can pay that will benefit from training, the trainer is a social criminal. So let's get through with this as quickly as possible now. Yeah, successful entrepreneurs, that's entrepreneurship and economic leveraging by alumni associations. Successful entrepreneurs and professionals in alumni networks can leverage economic empowerment initiatives. They can create opportunities for mentorship, funding and skill development. They can moderate challenges and bridge the economic divide. They can induce prosperity across different regions of Nigeria by creating cooperatives. They can support small businesses, women-led and youth-led economic initiatives. And I'll touch on an aspect of this. One mistake most actually alumni associations make is that they approach the current students as if they are a funding agency. As if their primary assignment is to find out what to pay for. You're damaging those people. Because not every alumnus is loaded financially. Even those who are loaded financially have the responsibility to get the upcoming generation to understand that by having more money than you does not replace your capacity, which I don't have. And therefore, sometimes emphasis will be on value. You show them examples of individuals who have held positions. There are so many references across the land. Because what I find in most places is that once young people approach you, is to ask for money. There was an entrepreneurship program organized by the Faculty of Business last year. I think World Entrepreneurship Day, I was a keynote speaker. And, I came, faculty. All of them, they were being encouraged to now start small businesses. They will have to register. So I called up a few people I know. I said, listen, there are young people here. This is what the program is. Can you get any set of people to offer to register 100 of them free? And we had confirmed the registration for one was, I think, 43,000. So that was the offer. The first 100 people who will sign up will have their companies registered at no cost to them. Now multiply 43,000 by 100. Sorry? By 100, not by 10. Okay. I said 43,000. Yes. 4.3. No, 1,000. I think, yeah, because 1,000, yes, because it was a full faculty. The entire auditorium was free, was full. Yeah, because it was a law firm. 43 million. At the end of 1 week, do you know how many people had registered? Who can guess? 120. Correct. Not one. Free. And they came up and made fantastic speeches about how they are going to become entrepreneurs. You have a young generation that's only focused on consumption. That's a crisis on the table. And within that 1 week, I had got calls, more than 3. Prof, we still, the program involves so and so. We haven't paid for the hall, it's 1.4 million. This other one, I said, it's all right, since I'm also have an engagement around this thing, let's meet up. I make sure the entire executive sat them down. I said, apparently, the conversation I had with you made no impression on you. I am a professor. So let me tell you, even if I'm a billionaire, I will not contribute 1 naira to your project. Do you know why? They said no. I said, because there are people who are known for money. You're inviting me into an arena where I cannot compete. Even if I can, I damage my colleagues if I start competing. You young people must make a distinction. Every old person you see, older person, is a target for money. And that's why they don't know the meaning of loyalty, of conscientiousness, among other things. So please, make it part of the SMS tradition now, NMS tradition now, that once new prefects are appointed, they should be taken through some kind of nurturing on people management. Next slide. Alumni associations can play key roles in improving access to quality education. Yes, in some places they actually recruit teachers for the schools. They can use scholarships and other educational programs to drive increased human capital development. They can help create a large population of educated and informed citizens needed for lasting national development. They can build infrastructure for skills and knowledge transfer. They can promote human capital development for public health, etc. Now, on this, concerning the opening statement, you see, 2006, I was head of communications in the Federal Ministry of Education. And the concern was academic performance. Nigeria was scoring 28 to 32% in all pass in all competitive exams. So what's to do? Hand the schools over to those who are known for managing schools but not for profit. And there were references. Federal government college Kefi. You know the schools, all FGCs are run from Abuja. So how would you know what's going on there? There was a case of a student who was impregnated in FCGC Kano 2 years after. The child was already 2 years. The case was still here being investigated. The teacher was not fired. Kefi needed a new staff room, needed a hostel, but the contractor got an 8 million naira contract to grade the road leading to the school. So the school went, they said, okay, we don't mind the terms of the contract, but this is what we actually want. He said, that one doesn't concern me, I'm not responding to you. The Alumni Association came and built the staff room and the dormitory. Now, that's a reference. The one in Ohafia, no water. So, about 6 years before that, 2006, in year 2000 specifically, the school asked all students to pay 1,000 for drilling a borehole. Because of security, they also charge 1,000 for perimeter fencing. And there's another 1,000 for fencing the compound. Please, what is fencing the compound and perimeter fencing? After 3 years, the borehole hadn't come, so the PTA bought a water tanker. 3 years after, which is 6 years after the contributions continued, they were still contributing money. And this is what's happening because there's nobody in touch. So alumni associations are the ones. That was why at that point the logic was hand these schools over to alumni association. They are the ones who will feel embarrassed. They are the ones who have been paying without asking to be rewarded. They are the ones who are interested in excellence in their schools. It's not state policy, but it's something that NMS can so display And don't do it and keep it in your armpit. Use your impact to make others feel jealous and compete with you. If they compete, who will be beneficiary? The Nigerian child. Next slide. Promoting network across regions. Alumni associations can drive collaborations across Nigeria's regions. They can partner others for joint endeavors. They can also work with NGOs and even government agencies on various projects that promote inclusive development. Their collaboration with other stakeholders can ameliorate perceptions of alienation, etc. That is correct. So yes, you've had this is a reunion of colleagues. Find something, find an activity that has an overarching effect. NMS can decide to have a round table. Well, I've been doing a lot of round table with development specs. The last one was in collaboration with the Army on asymmetrical security challenges and its effect on the Army and national development. You know, find something to take it up. Alumni associations and national unity, some event that will have national visibility, as distinct from a reunion. More importantly, media projection of what you're doing. If something is not reported, it didn't happen, true or false. So you must ask yourself, apart from this coverage, for instance, how much of this is going to get into the media? And a lot has been said here. You must maximize the presence of somebody like the chairman of NDLEA, that is part of your tradition. This is an example of the product of your school. And he has a blazing record of excellence all through. Those are the things. So learn also to use media to drive your visibility and the impact of your programs. Next. Next slide. Mentorship and role modeling. Members of our alumni associations can serve as role models for current students of their alma mater. They can also serve as role models in their respective communities. Alumni can exemplify and project integrity, selfless service, and responsible citizenship. Their example can inspire and create a replacement generation that can contribute meaningfully to society in a lasting manner. They can help nurture a social atmosphere of skills and attitudes needed for inclusive leadership and national development. Do we agree? Next. Bringing it all together, alumni associations can play very unique bonding roles in our position in the Nigerian society today. They can influence and reshape the polity by leveraging their networks, resources, and collective experience. They help us build more inclusive, stable, and prosperous nation. They can promote national unity by advocating for inclusive policies, etc. All of that is clear. Hold on, leave it on this slide. Mr. Chairman, who is the chairman? Okay, sorry, I just need to plead with you. We don't have this thing. Can I take another 30 minutes, please? Yeah. Half of that, okay, 15 minutes. Thank you very much. My 15 minutes has just finished. Thank you.
Special guest of honor, sir. I'm not feeling safe. There are a number of people that are after my job. I mean, so thank you very much. That was a very, very good segue to leave the stage. Please, a round of applause for Professor Ike Chukwu. No doubt, a very round peg in the round hole, and I thoroughly enjoyed the intervention. And if standing on that, I can introduce myself as Navy Captain Abiodun Folorunsho from the Zauzau Kingdom, because I grew up in Zaria, schooled in military, primary, nursery, everything in Zaria, went to the Defense Academy. I think I'm from Kaduna State. And I'm from your kingdom, sir. I just want a horse. That's all I need, sir. Horse. It's time for us to go for a 10-minute tea break. I don't know how this is going to be done. I know that there's a small foyer just immediately you exit this hall. I'll crave indulgence of a special guest so how do we want to run the tea break? So do we go out? Okay. The 11-page document by the Emir of Zauzau that was presented by the Makama is going to be sent to our emails. So our ushers will try to get the email addresses of our very eminent special guests and everyone here so that they can send it. And finally, before we go, I have not said anything to His Royal Majesty the King, Bubare Dakolo, and for very obvious reasons. And we want to especially recognize you, sir. So, you know, I was in Burma, and the trauma, I've not overcome it. And when people see you dressed in this very lovely regalia with all the things, they forget that you're Burmese. So I want to say, sir, we are very, very delighted to have you in our midst. And okay, we'll just continue being told. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you, and thank you again, sir. While this presentation was going on, Colonel Olaiwola, I'm told you're one-time instructor of economics from 1982 to 1987 or 88, I'm not sure. He's here in our midst. We're very delighted to have you in our midst. And I just say that it's on shoulders of people like you that you have built so many generals and indeed very illustrious alumni of Nigerian Military School. It's now time for the discussion session, and I would first call our presenters to come on stage and thereafter invite other discussants, and then I'll conclude by inviting the moderator for the session. So it's on this note that I most respectfully and humbly invite Professor Okeke Chukwu, member of National Institute, on stage, as well as the Israel Highness Ambassador Dr. Ian Bamali, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, here represented by the Makamam Zazo, on stage. Please, can we clap if you want to clap? Thank you. I'm not sure I'll be paid for these events, but I'm trying very hard. So you need to help me by clapping very hard so that the organizers would. I'll also invite on stage Professor Issa Aremu. Actually, member of National Institute. EBS is, for those of us that earn salaries, we're internally grateful for you. When you help us agitate and increase our salary, we'll thank you. He has member of National Institute and a National Productivity Order of Merit. He's the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the Michael Imozu National Institute for Labor Studies in Ilorin, Kwara State. Holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics from the illustrious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and a Master of Arts in Labor and Development. He's been a member of the National Executive Council of the Nigerian Labour Congress, General Secretary, National Textiles, Garment and Tailoring Workers of Nigeria, Board Member, National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, Vice President of Industrial Global Union with over 50 million members. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Issa Aremu, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for him. It's now my singular honor and privilege to bring on stage His Royal Majesty, King Bubare Dakolo. Is presently the paramount traditional head of the Jos Ekpetiama Kingdom in Bayelsa State, holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Chemistry, postgraduate diploma in Chemical Engineering, postgraduate diploma in Education, Master of Arts in Terrorism, International Crime, and Global Security. Thank you very much, sir. So please, sir. And now I'll bring on stage the moderator for the session, Ambassador Dr. Emmanuel Ebuk. Before I bring him on stage, permit me to just acquaint you with his curriculum vitae. He's the founder, Chief Executive Officer of Landmark Global Resources, United Nations Eminent Peace Ambassador, a retired officer of Nigerian Army, business development and strategy guru, and financial risk management consultant, a serial entrepreneur who is passionate about youth empowerment and financial freedom, worked extensively in the Nigerian banking and financial services sector, where he rose to the position of Assistant General Manager and Chief Risk Officer of one of the major financial institutions in Nigeria. He holds a Bachelor's of Engineering degree in Electronics Engineering from the prestigious Nigerian Defense Academy, a Master of Business Administration, International Business Management, Master of Science in Corporate Governance, as well as Doctorate in Corporate Governance, and is an alumni of the Kellogg's Business School, United States of America. Moderator of this session holds international certifications in risk management, information systems control, highly sought after conference speaker and trainer who has presented several papers in the area of risk management, information systems control, business development, and the agricultural value chain. Now, I need help. Having invited all our discussants on stage, I will now hand over the proceedings to the moderators. Before I hand over to the moderator, I just want to make an announcement. Our very amiable special guest of honor needs to be at a burial function which was earlier planned, and express his regrets. We will just quickly make a presentation to you, sir, I'm told, and then we will exit before we would have the discussion session. I don't know if the presentation is ready, so I can quickly hand over. But if it's not ready, probably we can send it. Okay, send it to you.
Thank you.
So I'll just crave your indulgence, so just another 2 minutes, and we'll. So we don't want to waste any more of your time. So the chairman, chief executive officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, General Buba Marwa, sir. So we thank you so very much. So we'll present in the evening if your schedule will permit. Please, may we rise as General Marwa departs the arena. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you again. Thank you. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way out. Thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you again. Thank you. May please be seated.
This is working. Yes. Can I? Can we settle down, please?
Thank you, sir. Please, may we be seated. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will crave your indulgence to stand on the already established protocols. It is a privilege and honor for me to be seated in front of you this afternoon to moderate on this seminar. I do not count myself worthy to actually handle this session, because as I look around, I see eminently more qualified and better suited people to handle this session. As I sit down, I'm actually shaking in my shoes. But what gives me confidence is that I know that I am sitting in the midst of my brothers. As I look across the room, I can see a lot of us that have spent the last 40 years together with a strong bond of friendship and unity. So one more time, good afternoon and welcome to this segment.
Good afternoon.
Yes, as I was ably introduced by the Master of Ceremony, my name is Ambassador Ebuk Emmanuel. I am a member of the NMS 84 set, and I'm also a member of the 43 regular course of the Nigerian Defense Academy. I was born somewhere in Kano in the early 70s, and I grew up in Sabongeri, Zaria. And then all of my life, I have lived in a multi-ethnic and multicultural society. And I listened to our eminent speaker, the Makama of Zauzau, speak this afternoon. He has said so many wonderful things about the role of traditional institutions in helping us leverage our diversity to foster unity, progress, and prosperity in Nigeria. You will all agree with me that this seminar couldn't have come at a more opportune time. Nigeria presently is tearing at the seams. There seems to be a lot of uncertainty. There seems to be a lot of conflict here and there. But I grew up in a Nigeria in the early 80s, where as somebody from the Niger Delta, Akwa Ibom specifically, I grew up in Zaria. The best of my friends were from the core north. My neighbors were Yoruba people. I had Igbo friends. I went to Army Command Children's School that had children from different tribes and different cultures. I went to the Nigerian Military School. The same thing happened. I went to the Nigerian Defense Academy. The same thing happened. As I speak to you now, I can speak Hausa, I can speak Yoruba, and a little of Igbo. So I count myself as a well-balanced Nigerian. I live presently in Lagos, where everything is centered around a particular culture. Our distinguished speaker said something when he was making his presentation, and that is where I'm going to take off our first talking point from. He talked about the paradox of traditional rulership. What is the paradox of traditional rulership, if I may say? Before independence, what kind of government did we have? And then shortly after independence, what kind of government did we have? We had the traditional institutions. They were the ones providing us with, before independence, with all forms of leadership. If we had marital issues, if we had land disputes, if we had whatever it was we had, even security, all forms of issues around that particular area was handled by the traditional institution. I hope we're still together. Now, independence now came, the British came, they colonized us, and because they felt that the powers of the traditional institutions were too strong, they whittled down that power. Today we have, in the present dispensation that we have today, like our speaker rightly said, even a first-class chief has to take instruction from a local government chairman. I think that is an aberration. So one of the first talking points we are going to be talking about is Nigeria truly is a diverse country. Our second speaker said something. He talked about the quality of grains that come from the north. All of these things, it's not a coincidence that you have palm oil coming from the north and from the east. You have all of those grains coming from the north. Every region is equally endowed and blessed. But why is it that we are not harnessing this our diversity as a strength? Because I often tell people that diversity is like a two-edged sword. It's either you make it work for your good or you use it to scatter everything. So I want to ask our eminent Makama, how do we practically leverage on our diversity for prosperity in the midst of resentment, mistrust, and divergent religious and political ideologies? Can you help us interrogate that matter a little bit more? How we can leverage, practically speaking, using the Zauzau Emirate as a case study, how can we practically leverage on all of these diversities, in spite of the resentments, in spite of the different ethnic and religious ideologies? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a very good, relevant question. When I was sent to primary school in 1964, I had very good friends at that small age that I was. I had very good friends from the then Bendel state, that is Midwest, from Ibadan, Southwest, from South-South, particularly Asaba, Dere Awoshika, a colleague of mine, also a retired permanent secretary like me, lived and grew up in Zaria. We were such a diverse, small group of pupils that started life, our early lives together. Mr. Moderator,
I'm with you, sir.
in all northern states, if you go to particularly Hausa areas, there are places they call Sabangari. It's quarters that are more organized in terms of town planning, but they are more of people who came from other parts of Nigeria, particularly from the south. And south means south and west, east and west. Sabangari, in all the northern states, we know have turned out to be very highly cosmopolitan, with a lot of economic activities going on, industries, and innovations. Now, in our societies in the north, many of us have incorporated those Sabangari communities into our communities. They have long been there, therefore they have become part of us. And I know particularly in Kaduna State, we even grant them scholarships. In Kano State, I know that quite a number of other people from other parts of the country have attained positions in Kano State up to permanent secretary. Lots of examples. During the post-colonial days, we had people from the west and the east holding very good strategic positions up here in the north. However, today we cannot beat our chests to say this is the case. I know of one funny incident where an originally Yoruba person won election in Kano. I think it was sometime 1997 or thereabout. His name was Sikiru. And the community from Sabon Garin Kano came out with drums and dancing all over the street, saying, Sikiru ya si zabe, si ma dan kono ne, you know, meaning that Sikiru has won election in Kano. So therefore, he is also a Kano indigenous. There were celebrations for 2 days. Now, that is the kind of society we aim to have. However, I am afraid that Mr. Moderator and Chairman, we have a situation where the moment any little flash dispute occurs, our people start castigating the other side. I saw a video clip recently, where one industrial giant from the eastern part of the country was telling his people that, look, these Hausa people accommodate us. They accept us in their communities. We buy land, we build industries, we do this all without harassment. But you people cannot, any person that comes and start trading in your place, you say they want to take their land, you sack him out, you try to destroy his business, and things like that. So, it is, Mr. Moderator, a collaboration of the elite, the political office holders with the right conviction and foresight, and the traditional institutions that should take the gauntlet and address these issues. Why is it difficult for me to obtain a land in Imo to build a house or build an industry or build a business? Why is it not possible for me to get a space at the port in Port Harcourt to do my warehousing or fishery business, simply because I wear different types of clothes from the people who are there? This is not the way we should go. In my presentation, I gave example of India. We are just proud to have 300 and probably 60 ethnic nationalities. India has over 1,600 ethnicities. If you doubt, just Google. At independence, they agreed to adopt only three languages in their country as official languages. Now, if you don't find comfort in this one, you will find your comfort and identity in the other one, or the other one. This is how they were able to tie themselves together. English is number 4th language in India. All their books of instruction, Mr. Moderator, all their textbooks.
Your Royal Highness, sir,
yes.
We are still going to interrogate this point further.
Please.
But I just want us to look at another dimension to this discussion. I'm still going to be taking you on what you said during your presentation.
Yeah.
But I'm going to defer to His Royal Highness here to answer my next question. I was watching an interview Your Royal Highness Dakolo presented some time ago. He was talking about the petroleum industry bill, and he was also talking about gas flaring in his community. You know what touched me most? He was talking from the point of view of being a traditional ruler. But I now asked myself, constitutionally, what level of recognition in the constitutional framework? Because I could see the passion with which he was speaking. He was speaking with that passion because he is closer to the grassroots. Because the traditional institution is closer to the grassroots. Let me deviate a bit. If you look at the clamor for state policing, why are we clamoring for state policing? We are clamoring for state policing because we believe that if people of a particular area police their particular territory, it's going to be difficult for you to have outsiders come to cause mischief. Case in point, I run a particular small outfit somewhere on the Lagos Island. Lagos Island is known for the notoriety of area boys. Then I noticed that anytime we want to have an event on the Lagos Island, what do? We gather all these area boys together. We put them in different groupings based on their different locations. We give them maybe shirts or something, and you hold your events successfully. You know why? Because they are indigenous to that area. They understand the terrain. Are we together? Now, let us come up. Imagine if that setup is replicated all over the country by giving recognition to those kind of small groupings. Now, that takes me to my second talking point. And I'm going to ask His Royal Highness to help us talk more on that. Your Royal Highness, sir, do you think that the traditional institutions are pushing hard enough for inclusion or integration into the national governance framework? If not, why, sir?
Well, I think that the traditional rulers have made their points in different fora. But it is not more of the traditional rulers, it is more of the Nigerians, particularly those who are in the category of ruling elites, because there is a background to traditional governance. And if you go back to pre-independence, particularly in the South, and I believe it happened elsewhere as well, most of the key traditional rulers were sacked by the colonial government because they opposed what they were trying to do. So if you remove me because I feel that my people should not be subjugated, my people should not be brought down, and you remove me because you had some powers to do so, and you replace me with my weaker cousin who is ready to play ball with you, you should know that from that time onwards, there is suspicion and things will not go well. So we have pretenders who are posing as local leaders, as national leaders, as leaders at different points. So what they see is this traditional man who maybe by right is supposed to be a leader. Today, I am in charge of him, or I am placed higher than him. So what do? I must show him. And there are names like that. Who be know say, I go come become so and so. So now that I'm so and so, let me show you that I'm now in charge of you. And that is affecting everybody. So it is not about the traditional ruler making his case, but it's about the Nigerians making a case for the traditional ruler. Aside from those pretenders, others, how many voices are speaking out? How many voices even really understand that the traditional ruler has a pivotal role towards peace and togetherness and development in this country? How many persons? If you go almost everywhere, check all the big people that you know, educated people that you know. Most of them are quiet. They are not saying anything. The basic things are not said. And once people are quiet like that, automatically, whoever is pretending will have his day. And so that is where we are. And the friction or the heat in the polity speaks volumes about the gagging, so to speak, of the traditional institution. Because ordinarily, that shouldn't have happened if things were normal.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Can we give him a round of applause? I have been informed by the course president and the master of ceremony that we need to just take a 5 to 10 minutes break to stretch our legs. We are sorry for the inconvenience. We'll have taken that session, break before the session started, but I don't think they were set as at that time. And you know, some of us are aged. It's not good for us to sit down for too long. So please, I'm going to crave your indulgence to just give us 5 to 10 minutes to stretch our legs. Thank you.
Well, let me, Mr. President, I think, I'm the only one here who lives on minimum wage as a comrade, so I need to also live up to my tradition. I think we should learn to respect our rules. But I'm going to accept this. But when we come back, the moderator should moderate, not that he delivers another lecture and give us some comments, because. And secondly, when we talk of diversity, it means inclusion of opinions. I just wish my Royal Highnesses are unionized and you are affiliated to Nigeria Labour Congress. I would have been able to make case for you because you really oppress His Royal Highness from Zaire, who deliver a paper, gave his opinion, then you refer back to him. When we're also here, no, I know, no, for you, I'm okay, I'm convenient with that.
Oh, you mean
but
the moderator?
I saw the moderator.
Okay.
No, I'm saying the moderator actually oppressed Serikin Zauzau.
No,
twice, and we are here.
That's
so
not the intention,
no,
sir.
sir. What I'm saying, let there be diverse opinion, and when we come back,
Yes, sir.
let's be time conscious.
Okay,
and
sir.
you give lots of your opinion, just moderators.
We'll work on that.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So strike break means we can
Yeah,
start
because the whole Saturday is gone.
Sir? Yeah.
The whole day is gone.
Your day is gone.
So when are we coming back? I think you
In
take time.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Like I have always maintained, you see, to leverage traditional institutions is for us to change, to leverage our diversity, our differences, whatever makes us as individuals. Like Professor has said, if you are an Igbo man, it's not up to me to make you a Hausa man. There is no point in trying to force you to become a Hausa man. And you should not expect me also to become a Yoruba man. Because the circumstances, nobody here chose his tribe. Nobody chose his religion. We were all born to find ourselves in it. And we do not, at the point of our birth, we did not have the power to choose and pick. All of us found ourselves where we are today. You can change your religion, but you cannot run away from yourself. Like Abiola said, you cannot run away from your shadow. So the earlier we settle in our mind and stop being cynical about each other, the earlier we accept to live with each other in harmony, in tolerance, the better for all of us are. Now, where do traditional institutions come into this? His Royal Highness has made a very good comment. This clash between the holders of political power and traditional institutions reared its head particularly in the early 70s. But the origins date back to independence. I cannot, in all honesty, fathom where the duties of a traditional ruler, His Highness, becomes antithetical to the powers of a state governor or a local government chairman. We should assume that a traditional chief is working to protect his community, to make them live in peace and harmony, which should be the object of the political office holder as well. So I don't know where the clash came from. But I told you a situation where a governor now sits like an emir or king in his government house, and every other commissioner sits on the floor. The only thing missing was the turban. So where does that lead us? He either leaves the government house and come and join the queue in the traditional council to start from the beginning, if he does not inherit it, or if he is not from a nobility. You cannot, and in all honesty, Mr. Moderator, believe me, whether we like it or not, all the communities and ethnicities in Nigeria will continue to have traditional chiefs. We cannot wish them away. No matter how much the political leadership try to whittle their influence. What they want, most of the time what they want us to do is to support them politically and tell our subjects to say, vote for him, don't vote for him. But a traditional ruler, everybody in his community is his subject and deserves every protection of a citizen. Whether he is from that community or not, as long as he lives in that community harmoniously with the people, he is a member of that community. That is our... So we cannot dance to the tune of politicians to say vote for A and vote for B, don't vote for B. Because A and B are all our subjects. They are all our children. They are from us. You cannot show preferences, at least openly. If you want to maintain your dignity as a traditional ruler, as a chief, do not show preferences openly. And that is our creed. But the other side want to see it the other way. We cannot gather our subjects and say, look, let's go this way, don't go the other way. It's not done anywhere. Now, traditional rulers have been clamoring for a constitutional role. Well, that may be good, but it also has its hazards. And the hazards are nothing more than in interpretation and application. Where does my power start? Where does it end? And where does your own powers start? Where does it end? So the whole matter, sir, Mr. Moderator, is a matter of condition of the mind. Are we ready to accept what we have on ground, traditional institutions? How best can we work with them? That's the whole thing. How best can we use them to achieve harmony and consensus amongst our people? That's my take, sir.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. My next question, or our area of discourse, I'm going to be calling on Professor Ikechukwu. You gave us a very well-researched paper, and you talked so eloquently about the roles of alumni institution in fostering oneness. Now, I want to ask, sir, is the continuous use of quota system, state of origin, and religious inclination in most of the forms that we fill, is that not discouraging unity and cohesiveness?
Thank you very much. Before I respond to that, a quick one on the comments of the representative of the Emir of Zazzau concerning the land matter in the East. What a lot of us do not know is that there's actually no land to sell. That's the shocking reality, and nobody has gone public on it. In my town, there's no land to sell. There's no burial ground. People bury in their compounds now. In my own compound, two of my relations, their bodies are there. The land I bought for, I think, 2.5 million some years back, I rejected an offer of 80 million in the village, well, in the town. And that's because it's closer to the church. So, look, Samaru is bigger than my town, or about the same size. One of the first things I experienced when I came to the north was that, you know, you leave Area F in after North Gate, staff quarters. The first day I went to my uncle's wife, that we were going to the market. We were traveling. Sabongeri, 30 minutes. You're going to the market. I said, Auntie, did you say we're going to the market? They'd been there for about 7 years, so she didn't know what I was surprised about. 30 minutes. So the geography, the physical geography of the north also corresponds with the human geography of the north, in that the average northerner, you don't see him in a hurry. He will die. The average easterner can afford to hurry because things are close together. Between villages, if you're trekking, it's not going to take you more than 10 minutes to get to the next village. So this land business, there is no land to sell. If you go to Newi now, if you're lucky, you'll be getting 50 million. And these are resales. There are no, the East has nothing. Take the entire East, lift it up, carry it up north, it will fit into Niger State. So that's the other thing that, they don't want to sell land. Nobody wants to tell you that there's no meat in his pot of soup. And this is the politics. If you say you don't have any land to sell, your clamor for an extra state will also suffer shipwreck. Do you get it?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So, Igbos are not giving them land. Give which land? There's none. You know, that's. I thought I should put that in context.
Yes, sir.
Then the matter, I think you, moderator, used the expression area boy sector. Was it?
This question or before now?
No, no, no. I'm coming to your question.
Okay, sir.
Yes. We must not have an area boy sector. Area boys capture the demographics of unemployable youths. Not unemployed, not underemployed. Unemployable because they have no skills that can fit into development. If you want to make them employable, you have to retool them. So that, and the current president did a good job when he came in. You use them to control neighborhoods and all of that, but three things. That is not a skill. That is not a job. They don't still fit into the tax or any of the demographics. Because the money they make, you find some of them who from touting. Because I also have friends who had this thing in the market, Abalogu shops and all of that. My aunt had 7. And as far back as 1983, each of those shops was raking in 700 plus every day. Now, what are we talking about? Those boys from touting, you find some who could make up to 30,000 or more in one day. In the night, you see them at Olowo, drugs, stray girls. In the morning, they come out with 500 naira out of that money. So let us also, in trying to solve social problems, not invent interventions that will ultimately not translate into anything long-lasting. Like somebody, I think it was Shegumi who suggested that, you know, the federal government should pay the good bandits to help us fight the bad bandits. I was so outraged. First of all, it is a dramatic affront and a vote of confidence on the Nigerian military, particularly the army. You pay bandits. What is a bandit? A criminal. So the concept of a good bandit cannot exist. True or false? So I don't know who taught that man his own use of English. So those are the things. As the society deteriorates, unintelligent suggestions keep coming up and people will be taking them seriously. This is somebody who should be, I mean, the crime is not even big enough for him to be arrested. You just go and flog him and tell him, don't say that again. You know. So, sorry, what was the question again?
Yes, I said looking at all the excellent points that you gave us concerning the roles of
alumni.
Yes, sir. I am asking that, is the continuous use of
quota
system, state of origin and all that, not negating the concept of cohesiveness?
At the level of idealism, we can object to quota system. Oh, make it uniform. When you're married, I'm married, most of us are married. When you serve food in the house, you get the one who is 2 years old to eat the one who is 16 and 20. Is that correct? You don't do that, do you? That's one. 2, if you're going outside the country to study, is it true that the rules are slightly different for blacks from Africa than for Americans? The answer is yes. But coming round to quota negativity, is it also true that in every community you can find excellence? The answer is yes. And you can pick from their best. This thing is painful because when you see that somebody scores 30, couldn't get in, another scores 4 points and could get in, it's offensive, but the truth of the matter is that, and I like to be pragmatic in a dialectical sort of way. Question, can you abolish quota today? The answer is no. Can we find a way around it? The answer is yes. Has that way been found? The answer is no. And I'll close with a reference to ABU. In 1981, Professor Sanga Abdullahi was Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University. And who?
That's his son. Is that his son?
That's his son.
You're not Professor Sanga Abdullahi, but there's Abdullahi there all the same. Okay, he was Vice Chancellor. Malam Musa was, was Academic Secretary. Mrs. Wilmot was the exams officer. Ebuka from Bendel was the Deputy University Librarian, etc. And Musa Garba was the EO in charge of the academic office. under IINWAU. Now, at that time, you know it was ABU that started the IJMB exams. The syllabus was drawn up by Professor Oyowaire and several others to be the equivalent of A-level, even though it's slightly lower than O-level, but that was the effort of the North to quicken the catch-up for their people. So the IJMB Interim Joint Matriculation Board exam was taken and supervised by the School of Basic Studies and considered the equivalent of A-level. Some universities didn't accept it, like Nsukka and I think UI and but UNILAG. But the point is this. You take your WAEC and you score F all through and 1P. But is WAEC attempted? Now that qualifies you for admission into the School of Remedial Studies. If you pass the School of Remedial Studies, the certificate from School of Remedial Studies becomes the equivalent of a WAEC certificate. It qualifies you for the School of Basic Studies. If you survive the School of Basic Studies, the IJMB certificate is the equivalent of A-level, and so you go into study for 3 years instead of 4, depending on the course. Right? Now, that was enforced. Not only was it enforced, at that time in 1981, up to 1981 and a little after, at least for as long as I knew that Prof was the VC, admission quota for the South was 10%. North, 90%. Call your mother or your father, you're on your own. Now, you have a certificate, you have a JAMB admission letter on merit, but the ABU provision has already foreclosed a number. Nobody on this planet will register you. I remember Jido Ojo, he was admitted for sociology. He had his A-level. He was not registered. So he began to fume and all of that. One of the guys said, what are you shouting about? That letter, bring it. He said, okay, this is a JAMB. He said, yes. Go to University of JAMB. This is ABU. And apart from that letter and the subsequent, you have up to 3, 4 subsequently published admission lists which don't get clear from JAMB. Now, 2 perspectives. This is sabotage. This is not nationalism. Who built ABU? Was it built to drive education in the North? The answer is yes, actually. That's number 1. Number 2, could there be a more expansive accommodation? Yes. So it was an extreme attitude because ABU had the capacity to include its holding in terms of number of students. So going back substantially to the question of quota, it is damaging patriotism for the younger generation. And then those who push it blatantly, the disposition that makes it offensive creates further alienation. But the truth of the matter is that if we are to say, even even while the white man was there, let's think about it. Did they give us exactly the same conditions as certain other people when presenting or sharing certain things? It's a matter that has to be delicately discussed. You can't abolish it. But the extremes are outrageous. And I'll mention one final point from the ABU experience. At that time, the School of Basic Studies, you get applications. And the application forms are stored in room 119 on the 1st floor of the Senate building because that's where you have the academic office. 1st floor and then 8th floor is the registry, or was the registry. Now you come to the forms. This is Bendel State. The form will rise from the ground to the ceiling, another set, 3. Anambra State. What is this? Then Gongola State, 9 applications. Out of the 9, you find 3 people have 2 credits. 2 people have 2 credits. 1 has 3 credits. So academic office will now reach out to Gongola to send him because their quota is blank. The crisis of human capital development. What I keep saying to myself today is, imagine that the North follows through on that policy of ensuring that the SBS, the School of Remedial, although both are integrated now, consciously sourcing those who have attempted WAEC to let them upgrade their capacity in order to move higher. It will be a different ballgame. But then the commitment, even if it's partial, is interest determined. that commitment to we need to leverage our people, my brother, that's what has disappeared. Okay. And so when you look at the age of those who are begging or into criminality, you find that most of them were born within the last 25 years. So how come? Those are also the years of democracy. What does that tell you? There is no leadership going on anywhere. Oh yes, and I'm being deliberately factual because this is an alumni association. Most states of the Federation are making investment in education infrastructure, not education. Kebbi, if you remember 5 years ago, oh, they were building brand new primary schools in every ward. A primary school cannot produce anybody who can speak English. It's a building with computers which don't have teachers. A state will spend 4.6 billion at that time for this infrastructure, no increment in teacher training or school fees, and then has a total registered people for WAEC that's below 200 for the state, which is equivalent. So those are the issues on the table. And that's why the alumni, your school, will have to find some way of partnering. The school is in Kaduna State, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Has it occurred to you that you can decide that NMS can organize a training for the teachers, head teachers of all the schools in Kaduna State as your contribution? Let them know how to run schools. That's the intervention. Not the one of, oh, we have come to build a hall and everybody will clap. It is a waste. It is a waste. Capacity needs to be restored, not infrastructure. And this association is super equipped to set examples in that regard. Okay, you know. And that will also probably be my last this thing because I'm already late for an earlier engagement.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We are just going to take two more questions. Then we are going to call this session a wrap. Dr. Aremusa, you listened to the last speaker while he made his presentation. I would like you to throw more light on the topic of discussion. I actually want to ask a two-in-one question. Your perspective on the topic of discussion. And then secondly, what can we, looking at X-Boys as an alumni organization, what can we do to change the mindset of Generation Z, that's Gen Z? He talked about consumerism. How can we change that mindset to that of a value-driven one? Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much. Better late than never. I think my being here is a total commitment. I flew in from Ilorin yesterday to be part of this great anniversary of set 32nd of 1984. On behalf of the management and staff of my institute, the National Institute for Labor Studies in Ilorin, named after number one labor man, Michael Imodi, I've convened our fraternal greetings to your set.
Thank you, sir.
Then, when I say it's total commitment, because we're also in anniversary mode at Minils in Ilorin. Labour Institute Ilorin is the premier labor institute, not just in Nigeria, but the entire West Africa. It was commissioned in 1983, so it was last year that we also celebrated our 40th anniversary. You are just entering the NMS a year after, Minils was commissioned. And for me, it's also a kind of nostalgia. And I was trying to check my record because I entered the premier government secondary school, or Ilorin Grammar School, 12 years earlier when you went to NMX. I got to Ilorin Grammar School in 1972. And so you have to know if there are seniorities. I want to, if we have seniors, I want to say I'm one of the seniors.
Eminently qualified.
But we celebrated 50th anniversary of my secondary school, I think 2017. It was established in 1967. So for me, it's, I know the mood you are in, and I thought I should be part of this celebration.
Thank you, sir.
So I pray that the way you have observed 40th anniversary, in the next 10 years, you will also celebrate 50th anniversary. I think your case, or from what I've gathered here, confirms what Nelson Mandela says, that he said, that education is the most powerful weapon with which we can change the world. I mean, I know you came in as humble student, drawn from all the 6 geopolitical zones. I think the minimum qualification is your primary school, your medical certificate. But today, you've turned out, you know, great citizens with multiple degrees, lawyers, medical doctors, captains of industry. And I think the challenge is, how do we reproduce ourselves? And I think I want to appreciate Professor Oke, I think you can go, for telling you what Alma Mater can do. And all we need to do is, how do we reproduce ourselves? Very well, and I think the moderator, you said as much. Gen Z, I'm very sure the time we were growing up, we were also Gen Z in our own right. But today, how are we mentored to be at this level? I think the bottom line is, there are 3 solutions for reinventing the youth in our own image. The first one is education, education, education. The first one is education, the second one is education, the third one is education. That's what has brought us to this level. I think we need to invest on education, and I think coming from Premier Military School, I was trying to check the record. NMS was established well before independence, 1954. And you can see the beauty of education, what it has made of all of us at this level. And talking of education, this is just in the lighter mood. I'm quite excited that we have General Ango Abdullahi here. And I'm not sure whether you know me, but let me reintroduce myself. I entered Ahmadu Bello University in 1977, School of Basic Studies. And I got matriculated in 1979 to read economics. And I was supposed to graduate in 1981. I was in the same class with Emir Sanusi of Kano, Lami Shehu Diko, the late Dr. Bala Mohammed from Maiduguri. But of course, it was the age of activism, and we were very active in Ahmadu Bello University. And Professor Ango Abdullahi, not General Ango Abdullahi, repressed all of us. I was among those that were expelled in my final year. I can be on and on, but I'll still proudly say my alma mater is Ahmadu Bello, because I ended up at University of Port Harcourt, where I started afresh, you know, because Professor Ango Abdullahi, not General Ango Abdullahi, was the chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellor, and he had the circular that we should not be readmitted back to any of the university. But I got to University of Port Harcourt, I started afresh, and I still got second class upper in economics. Later, I went to Netherlands to do my master's. I have to qualify the importance of education, but we cannot educate our children if whatever the challenges are, we repress them in a way that they couldn't survive. Some of my colleagues couldn't go back to school. So the takeaway here is that all of you have graduated from NMS, you have become what you are, because we are stable calendar, and then you also have those who are your teachers who really made it possible for you to finish your studies. Now on the team, quick one. I think for diversity, I mean, it is clear from everybody, there's a conclusion on that. Even Almighty Allah created us in different tongues, different tribes. I think it's there in the Holy Quran. And God said, it's for us to discover each other. NMS itself is a metaphor for diversity.
Yeah.
You know, I'm very sure you came from 6 zone. Today, you are one through the education. So I think diversity is strength.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any weakness. In any case, we can't change who we are. That's the way Almighty God created us. And that's why some of us have reservation about the old national anthem. You know, the idea of underscoring tongues and tribe. Because those are given things.
Yeah.
You know, we don't need to celebrate that. And it's actually racist. It was the British notion of the natives. You know, that we are seen as tribal natives. Tongues and tribe. Check the British anthem. They won't talk of different talks of the Irish, of the Welsh, you know, and co. But again, that's just my view. I don't want to cause so much trouble here. I'm just giving my... So I think diversity is strength, is very good, and we should sustain it. And I can see institutional diversity also in NMS, Nigerian Military School. But what I want to say here is that diversity also goes beyond tribes and tongues. And every time you talk of diversity in Nigeria, people talk of 250 ethnic groups, and we are told now China or India is 1,500. I don't know of any country that is not diverse. In fact, the only one that I can think is monolithic.
North Korea.
That you can say the same language, the same religion, is Somalia, and it's in Tatars. You know, so country with that diversity, it's clear that it's not sustainable because they broke into clans, and you know Somalia is a sorry state. So diversity, I think, is strength. But I want us to go beyond ethnicity and go. We should think of gender inclusion also. Women, and that's my reservation, Your Royal Highness. You have to bear with me, you know, we're just discussing. Because when you talk of the role of traditional rulers, which love diversity, I ask myself, how many traditional rulers are women? In 2024, Nigeria has signed on to Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, and it talks of inclusion, gender inclusion. I think we should think of gender diversity. When are we going to have a female president? When are we going to have female governor? We just have about 6 deputy governors, and most of them who are female, and they're endangered. You know, the current 10th Assembly, out of 109 senators, I think just about 7 or so are women. In 2024, my Highness has gone, but you know, there was once a Zaria in which the Queen was a woman, Queen Amina. You know, and it's debatable whether she didn't perform very well, you know, compared to subsequent leaders. So I think we should think of gender, inclusion when we're talking about diversity, and it's 100 million, according to the census. 110 million are women, in fact, possibly more than the men, you know. Then youth, talking of diversity, we should talk of youth inclusion. Very, very important, and Nigeria is a youthful population. So how do we take care of,
Gen Z.
Gen Z, if you don't take care of them, they will take care of us. You know, we just successively escape them. And I can see from, nobody is safe. Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm virtually Kaduna, I'm based in Kaduna, my family is there. And I can see that after witnessing a series of protests in Kaduna, the latest one was the most devastating. Yeah. You know, from Regasa to Tudunwada to Kurumashi, they are coming in good numbers. And they were willing to overwhelm all of us. So the way out is to give them jobs. The way out of poverty is job creation.
Yeah.
They are used to be the north. in which you are labor-intensive industry, textile. You know, in those days when UNTL closed, you see them in hundreds of thousands coming, you know, direct and indirect employees on their bicycle. In fact, between 7 a.m. and 12 midday, if you pass through Kakuri in Nasarawa, you'll be thinking that it was a cemetery. They were walking until the first shift, you know, closes, and then you see large number of workers. But today, those factories are dead. There's only one functional factory now in Kaduna. It's Chelco, which is actually the least that you could rate. You know, Samfara, Textile Mill, Funtua, they're already gone. So, talking of diversity, I think we need to think of youth diversity. Then people living with disabilities. You know, that's the new trend. So you can't talk of diversity and inclusion when you ignore them. And I think I'm happy that 2018, I think the former president, you know, enacted an act that established a national commission for people living with disabilities. And I was checking the record, 27 million of our citizens are living with disabilities. I think we need to also promote their inclusion in national development. Then the last one of the team is the role of the traditional rulers. I mean, I agree with His Royal Highness from Zaria, who had made the point that we just have to make use of our traditional rulers. Nigeria has a very rich cultural heritage. In any case, most of our traditional rulers have run big kingdoms. You know, Sokoto Caliphate, Oyo Empire, the Borno Empire, Nimbe, so I mean Niger Delta. You know, so there's a rich culture of the way you've been managing your kingdoms, in which maybe we never knew this kind of level of insecurity that we had before. So we have to bring that kind of experience to being. But how do we integrate them? I was a member of the 2014 National Conference, and we had a whole committee report on the role of traditional rulers. We had lengthy debates, but there are two opinions. So we need to also be clear conceptually. There are those who are very enthusiastic of the role of the monarchy, that we need to bring our royal fathers to governance because they are rich in tradition, about to run their territory, as we have been told. We should encourage them and look for a place for them constitutionally, you know, and I think that is gaining some currency now. But there are also those who argue to say that in a republic, you know, can anybody, or in a democratic republic, can anybody rule us without our mandate? Because democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. Whoever does not have our vote, can he make a case for us? Your Highness, I know that my blood is red. Royal people, I'm very sure it's blue. But 2024 Nigeria, I think we have committed to democratic process. And the danger of bringing traditional rulers to the democratic process is that you have to prepare for the good side and the bad side of political process. Because once you politicize traditional institution, even if you're in the Council of State, you are open to host of challenges that go with them. And even now that we are not yet into that process, I know lots of challenges going on now.
Yeah.
Political leaders remove traditional rulers the way they want them. They replace them. We know what's going on in Kano now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Again, I need to be careful. I'm not sure which one we should take. But the last one, my take on it is that we should also, before the traditional rulers can be encouraged to be in political process, they must also show what they're already doing, what they are doing very well. Some traditional rulers are very progressive. They've done very well to mark their kingdom. Historically, good number of them were patriots. Some were deposed because they fought against British colonialism, but some also colluded with the colonialists. Some were sold us into slavery. You know, I had some reports from Samfara at one point in which some traditional rulers were even linked to activities of of bandits.
True.
So, I mean, I'm just saying so. So, I don't think we should be romantic about traditional rulers. He who asks for equity must come with
Clean hands.
Clean hands. But this is all the debate. The conclusion of 2014 National Conference is that the traditional ruler should just play advisory role in governance. You know, we should make their opinion known and co. And I'm for that. In any case, some of them, how traditional are they? Today, they are well educated. Some of them are retired civil servants. Even the modern politicians, how modern are they? Most of them are also traditional. They hold titles. So you can say they're already in power. In fact, somebody hinted me about this. I can share this with you that when the Vice President Atiku, was in power, if you wrote to him and addressed him as Vice President of the Federal Republic, and you didn't put Turaki that time of Adamawa before becoming Waziri, the letter may not fly. So again, the divide between traditional rulers and modern politics is very narrow. Even our president is a title holder now, Jagaban. Asiwaju. Everybody's, so we can also argue they're already in power. But what has been the result for Nigeria? And I think as members of Set 84, we should play back and look at how we have come. What brought us to this level? What brought us is that public investment in education, good enabling environment in which from secondary school, we are what we are today. Security was there. And I think we must learn to give back. We never lived on palliatives, in which we are sharing rice, and also for our citizens. Workers were well paid. Our currency was very strong. The first minimum wage was 125 naira. And that time, that's 1981. And that was about $250, because there was also Nigeria, that which naira was twice as strong for US dollars. Can we say the same thing today? 1,500. Again, we must be concerned to create microeconomic environment for development that brought us to this level. That would be the best way to make Gen Z to also follow our footsteps and build a prosperous Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aremu, for that insightful expose. I'm going to yield the floor to His Royal Highness for 3 to 4 minutes to give us his final words, after which we're going to open the mic to the audience, and we're going to take just 2 or 3 questions because we're actually out of time. Your Royal Highness, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I'm actually a Royal Majesty, but I've been very patient today, taking whatever I am qualified to be. If I do only 3 minutes, it will be unfair to cause, 1984 set, and the 32nd graduation group, and then everybody that has attended this event. Because I came all the way from the creeks of the Niger Delta for this event, and I came open-mindedly to share what I know as a practitioner, because I'm a traditional ruler in Equatorial Kingdom and also chairman of Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council. And so I will start by saying that first and foremost, we are not Europeans. We are Africans. We are Nigerians. That fact we must know. And even before Western education came, our people were educated. So if you say today traditional rulers are educated, it's not right. Traditional rulers have always been educated, just as Nigerians have always been educated. However, today, you will find almost traditional rulers from all walks of life, people of all walks of life in the traditional institution. Generals, lawyers, professors, and so on and so forth. everybody you're looking for in this country that has something to offer, you will also find them amongst traditional rulers. That bit I thought I should underscore as well. Now, particularly the last speaker talked about the debate during the Constitutional Conference, and then, the pros and cons about traditional institution, and then the democratic tenets. Now, but if you look very well, those who are posing as Democrats are the ones that are trying to be extremely dictatorial, which means the traditional ruler is seeming to be more liberal. By right, it's supposed to be more autocratic, but it's not. And then the man that is supposed to be democratic is autocratic. Because you could just announce that the traditional ruler, for instance, is gone. Or this thing is changing to blue from white, and so on and so forth. So I believe that if we do the right thing, the society will be better. I think that every one of us, every Nigerian, is feeling the heat in his neighborhood, whether in the cities or in the communities. Things are just not working. But was it exactly so pre-colonial? The answer is no. In terms of harmony, there was harmony. Someone talked about someone winning an election from somewhere else. It was common. Nobody suspected anybody. It was particularly when democracy came, that certain persons who are smart in quotes try to introduce all kinds of things because they want to be Machiavellian. You want to be able to keep winning, so the best way to win is let's impoverish the people, let us divide the people, and let us do this and that. And it is similar like the people do not recognize this fact. That is what is going on. Someone does not want to leave. Someone wants to be in charge. If he's not in charge, he wants his crony to be in charge. And you can see it in so many states. A governor leaves, he puts his crony, and before you know it, they fight in the public. Is that not common knowledge? So was that the same thing when the traditional rulers were holding sway in the sense of it before independence? Again, the answer is no. Now, because of where I come from, I normally also point towards some of the root causes of where we sit today. And I would have loved that the panelists were complete, and of course the audience was also complete, because it's good to also hear some of these opinions that are not normally out there. I tend to try to argue that the oil and gas from the Niger Delta is at the root cause of most of the problems of this country. And if you don't factor that factor into what we do, we always tend to go wrong. Most of the jostling for central power is just to control oil and gas resources. Most of the jostling for even state power is just to control oil and gas resources. And so if we don't look at that, we will go wrong 20 times. And I think that this audience, particularly because we are leaders in our own rights in this country, still growing, it will be nice for us to know, particularly from someone who is from there. The records show that about $3 trillion worth of oil has so far been removed from the ground. And about 1 trillion was outrightly stolen. Outrightly stolen, which means it never came back to Nigeria. Banked abroad in Swiss banks and all kinds of places. So 2 billion, about 2 trillion came in. That is what we've been using. That's what cows have been swallowing. That's what snakes have been swallowing. That's what everybody has been swallowing. Now, if that 1 trillion that never came back for anyone to swallow had come back, for instance, and were used properly, I can argue here that there willing to have been one Boko Haram. There are willing to have been one bandit. There are willing to have been one armed robber. There are willing to have been any kidnapper. The society will have been a normal society that was healthy and good for all of us. That is not the case. Now, are pretenders really there in high places? Yes, there are. There are people who are not supposed to be there that have found their way there. And because, yes, so far, we cannot say that our electioneering process is transparent, which means it's a democracy that is a pretense. Because if it were a democracy, for instance, the way you choose your president, it should be people saying, we want this man to be president. Clearly, openly, honestly. But if someone can find his way just to, bribe his way, do an abracadabra, and get there, why are you saying it's democracy, particularly if you have gone to school? You should know that this is false. So, but when we have gone to school, particularly Western schools, and we have all these degrees, and we try to call an abnormal thing like that is what it is, you are deceiving the Gen Zs. Everybody's getting deceived. I thought I should mention this fact as well. And then finally, most of you will recall, because most of you have military background and you've been in the military. In fact, before I go here, let me first of all congratulate you again and say that some of the best people I've known in this world are ex-boys. Because the military has a way of cementing, gluing people together for life. And if Nigeria, for instance, wanted to be serious, this will have been the way to replicate, have more of such institutions, so that people will come together from all walks of life without any fear. Having said that, in 1998, in the wisdom of the rulership at the time, because of what they call pipeline vandalism and all kinds of things, oil theft actually, but at that time it wasn't called oil theft, it was decorated. The government at the time sent what is called Joint Task Force to the Niger Delta to ensure that pipeline vandalism ceased, oil thieving ceased, everything about it ceased. And the Joint Task Force had a scorecard that was excellent. They had been used at the northern borders in 1994. And because they did a wonderful job, it was like, okay, come and go down south and also replicate. As we are speaking today, it is 26 years. And thieving of oil got to all-time high. Nobody, when I mean nobody, I mean nobody that is a real oil thief that is in jail anywhere. Which means, just as Nigerians would say, taxpayers' monies are being used to chase something other than what it should chase. You must know who an oil thief is. An oil thief definitely should have a ship, a vessel. That's what is used in stealing oil. A vessel, seagoing vessel. And you cannot steal oil in that manner without collaboration of the IOCs or NNPC or whatever. So all of these play that role, and then oil is stolen. And did oil stealing start yesterday morning? No. It has been on for a while. Now, those persons who steal oil in that manner, most likely will also have 1 or 2 private jets, will also have 1 or 2 yachts, will also have properties in the best places in the federal capital, or in Lagos, or in England, or in America, somewhere. Do they go to the creeks of the Niger Delta? No. The oil thief doesn't go there. It doesn't have a need to go there. If he has to go there, it may just be for a few hours. And if he has to go, there will be Red Cross, there will be fire brigade, there will be military, there will be police, there will be Mopol, there will be everybody there. There will even be doctors. So that if he's bitten by a mosquito, they will immediately cure him. That is the picture. But do those who are looking for the oil thieves actually know this as the definition? They've spent, like I said, about 25, 26 years chasing victims of oil thievery. Victims of oil thievery. People who jump into containers of crude oil to bait every day, guaranteed that they will die of cancer in a few years. I don't think anybody here will want to do such a thing. Nobody will be that stupid. But when you've been reduced to that level of stupidity, you will do it. Is there any skyscraper built by any so-called miscreant from the Niger Delta in the Niger Delta? None. To the point where the government has become so blind that you refuse to attend to, for instance, the Navy that is constitutionally supposed to protect that area, and then you now begin to say someone else will do it better than, for instance, those whose job it is to do it. If we don't share this, because you are national leaders, even if you are not governors now, you may become governors, you are captains of industry, it will be nice that this is factored in, because you must know the difference between who an oil thief is and those who are victims. A few persons, professors, early this year, professors met in one university close to me, and I was invited there. And they were talking about what they term shadow economy. The shadow economy is the illegal oil and gas business. That it has come to stay. And multiples of billions has gotten there every year. So we should more like get in there as well and benefit, or legitimize that process. And I was feeling itchy around me. I was so uncomfortable that when I took the microphone, I said, how can this be coming out of an academic environment? Two professors are giving lectures, trying to see that as a wonderful thing to do. And what did I say? What you have said here is similar to saying there's so much money in prostitution, and so let us get our daughters to go and get involved in it. Or there's so much money in drug trafficking, and you know there's so much money in it internationally. So let's get our sons and daughters to go and get involved in drug trafficking and so on and so forth, so we can make money out of it. Don't you see that you're being quiet as enlightened elites of this country is why we're having this problem? Ordinarily, is the federal government of Nigeria not supposed to ensure that petroleum products are available for every citizen everywhere at an affordable price? So if they fail, refineries have been in comatose for several years. If they fail and people are now capitalizing on that, how can you say it is permanent? If today someone that is active and ready gets on board there, less than 3 months everything will change. So don't say that has come to stay. It has not come to stay. As a matter of fact, I defined for them who an oil thief is and told them that these persons they are talking about are victims. And so, if we want to, including the traditional institution, because 70 years of oil and gas has brought in people that are ordinarily not as committed as they should be into places even in the traditional institution. That's the truth. So, if we want to fix this country, we need to discuss this issue a little better. For me, I see the blindness or our not having a proper understanding of what the oil and gas industry has done to this country at the bottom of almost everything. And if you don't understand it, you will always go wrong. This is the note on which I want to thank my panelists and then, of course, the moderator. The outcome we are having is based on the way we attended to it. So, make it a no vex. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Royal Majesty, for your insight. So quickly, we're going to open up the floor for 2 or 3 questions from the audience. We're going to start with our distinguished guest in front. Who will help us with the mic? Where is the MC? The floor is open. So, can we have your question, sir? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm an ex-boy of the Nigerian Military School. I'm in the audience of ex-boys. I think it would be appropriate to hear from the elderly ones, not to just keep us watch, especially when you had topics like discussing the use of the Alumni Association. I wouldn't want to go into the traditional. I think His Royal Majesty has made my day. I just want to give a story which I want each and every one of you to build on as you continue to project your reunion and your mates. I'm using my set as an example. We entered in 1975 and we left 1980. And I proudly want to say that we took the risk as the first set of ex-boys still in service to commence an alumni association. That was in 2010. Thereafter, others, our seniors and others started. Now, where I want to be very practical, not academic, where you will have seen yourself as succeeded is where your strength will be judged from the weakest link. If you are doing very well and you have any of your mates and he is suffering, then you have not started.
True.
What we tried to do was to get the names of everyone that entered NMS in 1975. And that's how we started the whole thing, to find out even where people are. If I tell you a pathetic story of one of our mates who was in ABU and one day suddenly walked away from the school and went back to the village and remained, and we never saw him again until some few years ago. He had become a village man, he's farming, and so on. And our late president, may so rest in peace, General Idowu Zamere, of blessed memory, brought this man out from where he was. We looked at him. He didn't have a phone. He didn't have an Android phone to even join us when we are communicating. One of us was able to buy for him, put him across, and then we've been able to rehabilitate him and bring him from where he is. And anytime he's coming for our meeting, because the Abuja group, we hold meetings every month and we have lunch together in one of the restaurants. That's where we sit, and we continue to do that. I want to encourage those of you in various towns, Lagos, Abuja, find a way of meeting, you know, and next week, Saturday, we will have our lunch. That's standard, and one person takes the bill, and then we discuss issues that concerns us. We lost a mate, Bishop Itwen Intensi, he was in Port Harcourt. His son is getting married in November, and we are coming in big fold. That is the way we've taken it as a way towards helping. I remember when the General Ex-Boys Forum was talking about ex-boys going to repair NMS, and I asked, I said, has the army ceased to exist and stop it? And to the extent that they contacted me, they visited me, I said, look, I worked, my last office was Director of Clothing and Stores in Army Headquarters. And I know that there is money, that NMS is a unit of the Nigerian Army. So why won't it? So I was so glad recently when I heard that the Chief of Army Staff has taken it upon himself to fix areas that are bad in the school. This is the type of thing we should be doing. Yes, should Alumni Association do 1 or 2 programs in the school? Please go ahead. That is how it should also be. But please and please, let the strongest look for the weakest. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Mariti. I'm the Vice President, Ex-Boys Association, and I'm also the Chairman, NMS 9192. And I want to commend the panelists and His Majesty. You have spoken very well, and you have said it all. We have all the solutions, so it's just left for us to tell ourselves the truth. And for NMS 84th POP, on your 40th anniversary, I want to congratulate you on behalf of the Ex-Boys Association. And from this seminar, I have seen that there is unity in diversity. And the messages we've had, we're going to take it away. And I also have a message to the association. Yes, when we came on board, we had a lot of plans. And I thank God today that we've implemented and won most of them. NMS was 70 this year, and we felt a school that has done it all for us. We are all who we are here today because of Nigerian Military School. The foundation we got, the training has made us who we are today, and nobody can deny that fact. But what have we given to the association? Like Major General Chinoko retired has said, anytime he comes on the platform, we always try to calm him down because he fires a lot of shots. And what are those shots? The Ex-Boys Association and Ex-Boys do not have billions of naira to renovate NMS. I think the last need assessment we did before the major inflation was about 700 million. And when we wanted to celebrate NMS, we had only 2 million naira. It was almost a failure. But we said, no, even if it's the last thing we're going to do, we must celebrate NMS. And thank God we all did. And the world saw that NMS was 70. And before the celebration, we went to the Army headquarters to see the principal officers. And the Chief of Army Staff, we must give him credit because we have over 5 to 6 principal officers that are ex-boys. So when a complaint was made to him that NMS was not, the infrastructure was very poor, he said it's so unfortunate that there's nothing he can do for NMS. Why? Because he has all the principal officers that are ex-boys. So go and look at us and see how you can update NMS. And what we told them that we didn't come to look for money, but we wanted you to show us support, show your alma mater support, and that we want NMS to be fixed. The level of education is decaying. We need good instructors. We need the infrastructure to be well. Because none of us will take our children to NMS if you see the current state of infrastructure, except if you're not doing well. But if you're an average person, or even below average, you want to take your son to NMS because the infrastructure, the quality of education. And if you go for NDA interviews, you see that there are schools that are doing far better than NMS. So do you expect Nigerian Defense Academy to lower their standard to engage ex-boys or those from Air Force Military School because they have a military background? No. They want the best of the best, and that is how it has always been. So with this development, the MI room in NMS in a very bad state. And part of the funds we raised for the NMS at 70, we declared who gave who and how the money was spent. And now, instead of spending lavishly, we decided to manage the resources so that whatever balance is left, we can use it for infrastructure in NMS, maybe fix the line. And that was when the criticism now coming that it's not our responsibility. Why don't you put more pressure and talk to ex-boys? And fortunately, your support counted, and today is history. By next week, the renovations will begin. However, we have decided that, okay, let us as ex-boys have a project with sets and fix the MI room. Right now, there's the QS and quantity surveyors are putting up a bill. Whatever comes out of it, we don't want to start a project that we cannot complete because it's an MI room. The work has to be started to finish. So keep in touch through the set reps, and I will hope that this set will be the first set that the NMS Association will partner with for the project and also other sets. So I want to commend you and the brilliance of having a seminar and inviting very, very respectable discussants and panelists. To me, it's Nento Knox. I've been in several reunions. This is the best I've seen so far. So congratulations, sir. We are so proud of you, and we're happy. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, sir.
Mine is just an aside to thank you very much for inviting me. I always say the parents that are here will always want the younger ones to be better than them. And I see a lot of great guys here, and I wish the ex-boys to actually hold the realms of affairs in the armed forces in a few years to come. We're already started, and I know it will happen. His Royal Majesty has said it, and I think it's already been showcased. I also want to say we have one of our own, Barrister Ifere, that just became son in the history of the armed forces. History of NMS, he's the first. He's the first. We've had lawyers and so on and so forth. We have doctors and so on that have done well. So I think rather than just looking at military alone, there are several fields of human endeavor that a lot of people have excelled themselves, and I think we should celebrate it. The celebration, just as one of us said, is mentorship, maybe leadership and whatever, is also something that we should look forward to celebrating because it will mentor those young ones that are coming up. Even doctors and so on that we have. We'll have a lot of them that will be guiding light for them to follow. So I just want to thank you for inviting me, and I wish you well. I wish you well. I'm happy to see a lot of you here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can we, do we have any question from the larger audience? No more question. So, distinguished colleagues, Your Royal Majesty, Dr. Aremu, we want to sincerely thank you for finding time to grace this occasion. We have listened to you, you have spoken, and you have spoken very, very well. We appreciate your contributions and the thoughts that you have shared. Thank you, sir. Now, before we leave the floor to the MC, I want to call on Rear Admiral. Oh, okay. Sorry, there's going to be a presentation before we take a vote of thanks. I want to yield the floor to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much. Please, may we give a resounding round of applause to our panelists.
Presentation, sir.
Very, very good job.
Sir?
We, as is customary particularly for events like this, it's only fair that I haven't invited our very erudite personalities, distinguished guests from all around Nigeria who have made their marks to this event that will lead them to remember a time like this when they were here with us. Without wasting any more time, I'll call on the President to help us make these presentations. We'll start with Professor Issa Aremu, member of the National Institute. Please, a round of applause as somebody can speak.
He's speaking into the future.
Ushers, please.
Okay, sir.
The next presentation is to His Royal Majesty King Bubarai Dakolo, the Ibenanawe of Ekpetiama Kingdom. His Royal Majesty, sir, your definition was really I don't think I've heard anything like this before. So if you have written a book or you're writing a book, sir, we'll promote it, we'll read it. Oh, thank you. We'd like to have like a number of people around who are making those observations. So we'll look for a way to see how we can lay our hands on some of your books, sir. Thank you, sir. The next is the moderator for the session, Ambassador Dr. Emmanuel Ebuk. Next is Major General A.D. Chinoko, member of National Institute and a member of Nigerian Military School 75 set. Please a round of applause for the very senior ex-boy. Next is Rear Admiral S.S. Lasser,
order, sir.
Former boy regimental sergeant major of the Nigerian Military School, 1980 set. Then, so I don't even know how what senior advocate of Nigeria, Barrister Jacob Ife. I don't know if that appellation is correct now. Yeah. Thank you very much. We're very proud of you. When you got that, it was all over. I never knew I'll eventually meet you today. Please a round of applause for the first senior advocate of Nigeria of a Nigerian military school. So now we can look for trouble because we know that the sun can. And finally, the one-time commandant of Nigerian Military School, instructor of geography, Colonel G.J. Udi, retired. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you can return to your seat, sir. The next round of presentations will be done during the gala night. So we want to thank everyone during the gala. Please a round of applause for the president. Please take his seat. Before I invite Rear Admiral A.A. Mustafa to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the set, permit me to make the following announcements. Immediately after the vote of thanks, our eminent distinguished guest on the front row will join the president and indeed the local organizing committee on the stage with our panelists for a group photograph. And thereafter, we'll proceed for lunch. Lunch cards have been shared. Just in case you don't have the lunch cards, you can meet any of the ushers. They have a tag on saying, "Ask me," and they would attend to you accordingly. Again, we intend to start the gala night on time. I want to crave your indulgence for those of us that are coming with our family members, and for members of the association that are not here, please make them aware want to start on time. So on that note, I most respectfully and humbly invite on stage Rear Admiral A.A. Mustafa to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the Nigerian Military School 84 set.
Kaka Muslim. Kaka Muslim.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Mine is a very simple job.
And it plays an advisory role.
Yes, sir. Before I start my vote of thanks, let me quote our special guest of honor who had to leave for another function. And I quote, he said, "A greater Nigeria is a product of the contribution of its constituent parts." And what this means is that everything we said today, including the Mr. President's renewed hope agenda, is achievable if all the constituent parts rededicate themselves to doing the right thing, no matter how little, in achieving this vision. On that note, Your Royal Highness, sir, King,
Royal Majesty.
and I was the one correcting them throughout the meeting, and I'm falling short. I corrected this thing, and yes, okay. Your Royal Majesty, King Bubarai Dakolo, our distinguished panelists, Dr. Isa Remu MNI, the President, NMS 84/32, Personal Platoon Alumni Association, our ancestors, our senior experts here present, and indeed our teachers of note, Colonel J.G. Udi and Colonel Olaiwola, right? Yes, sir. All other protocols respectfully observed. On behalf of the entire members of NMS 84 and 32nd Personal Platoon Alumni Association, I first of all want to express our highest gratitude to Almighty God for preserving our lives to witness this Ruby or 40th anniversary celebration and reunion. This seminar is one of the series of activities lined up to celebrate this historic milestone. There's no gainsaying that we have witnessed insightful discussions, shared experiences, and exchange ideas on how we can harness the rich diversity of our nation for the collective good of each and every Nigerian. The journey to an inclusive nation building is indeed a collaborative effort, and today's deliberations undoubtedly corroborate the fact that what binds us together as a people is much more than that which seeks to divide us. To this end, my special appreciation and admiration goes to our special guest of honor, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, for his unparalleled statesmanship and commitment towards bolstering national cohesion, security, and development. Sir, your acceptance to be the special guest of honor and physical presence is a testimony to this fact. Thank you, sir. I would like to also express our sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers and panelists for sharing their in-depth knowledge, experiences, and expertise. Your very sincere and insightful perspectives have inspired us to reflect on the importance of unity in diversity and the power of inclusion in shaping a better future for Nigeria. This vote of thanks will not be complete without extending our immense gratitude to our parents alive and those in blessed memories, whose vision and effort gave us a place in the Nigerian Military School. To our instructors and teachers here today, today presents another opportunity for your selflessness. Representing these great Nigerians is Colonel G.J. Udi and Colonel Olailoa. Colonel G.J. Udi was a former commandant of NMS. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Our senior ex-boys who graced this occasion, we cannot thank you enough for mentoring us and in several instances influencing our respective careers. And to all our esteemed participants, families and friends, thank you for your active participation, thoughtful contributions, and enthusiasm throughout the seminar. Your presence here today demonstrates your commitment to the ideals of unity, diversity, and inclusivity, and your willingness to be part of the solution to a better Nigeria. As we conclude this 40th anniversary celebration seminar, let us carry forward the insights gained and the spirit of collaboration fostered here today. And to the organizing committee and support staff, I acknowledge your dedication and restlessness behind the scenes to ensure the success of this event. Furthermore, I extend our gratitude to our sponsors and friends for their generous support, financially and in other ways, which has made this event possible. Your commitment to promoting dialogue, understanding, and cooperation in our society is deeply appreciated. Together, we can leverage Nigeria's diversity as a source of strength, resilience, and innovation in our journey towards a more inclusive and prosperous nation. As our anthem emphasizes, though Dr. Issa Aremu seems to disagree, though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Thank you once again for being a part of this occasion. May we continue to work together towards a brighter future for Nigeria. Long live the Nigerian Military School. As we say in the Nigerian Navy, onwards together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, sir, for the vote of thanks. Please under a round of applause for Admiral A.A. Mustafa. there's a communique, but because of time, we will not be reading the communique. We'll be sending it to your emails. Our ushers will meet us during lunch to collect everyone's email so they can send the lecture notes, the presentation scripts, which we have the soft copy to your various emails. Please, I want you to avail our ushers with your emails when they come to meet you during the lunch break. Also, I was told that Major General Lawrence Ngubane joined us points during the seminar. I don't know if he's anywhere around, sir. We just want to recognize you, sir. So thank you so much, and God bless you, sir. We will now have the group photograph, after which there will be the national anthem, and then we'll proceed for lunch. May I now, on this juncture, most respectfully invite the President to lead other distinguished invited guests on stage to join His Royal Majesty, and indeed Dr. Issa Remo, and our moderator for the group photograph. Thank you very much. So please, can we have the members of the local organizing committee, maybe the chairman, local organizing committee. Sir, please, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Maybe the chairman, sir, maybe the chairman. So, Colonel Olaiwola and Colonel Udi, please, can you join the... Thank you so much. Someone said I'm using style to join the picture, so I shifted away. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Please rejoin and take our seats. With that, please, our gala night starts by 1800 hours. We are please requested to come on time. With that, we'll come to the end of the seminar. Please, can we rise for the national anthem, please? May we rise for the national anthem. Conlec. Media team, please, can we have national team, please? Okay, so not waste so much time, can we just recite the first stanza of... Okay. We may now proceed for lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you again.